Recording in progress.
Sawubona Chairperson.
John, it is almost 10 o'clock here. Have you got any apologies?
Not from the committee chair, but there's only one apology from the Honorable Chairperson of the Northern Cape Portfolio Committee, Honorable Maneng. But
Okay.
from our committee, no apology, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Lubabalo.
Thank you.
Okay, it is 9 o'clock now, so we officially start. Colleagues, Lubabalo says there's no apologies from our committee, and the Free State chairperson said no. Now, are there other chairpersons here, Lubabalo? Can you help me?
Chairperson, I am going to need the assistance of my colleagues who are on the platform because I might not know the names of the provincial chairpersons. Colleagues from provinces, can you please indicate if your honorable chairs are on the platform already or are intending to join?
Okay, if somebody joins us, then we will obviously welcome them. And if they want to speak, they're welcome to do so. Okay, colleagues, the program has been sent to you. We're going to now open up for review the negotiating mandates, right? Secondly, we're going to move on to clause by clause. Thirdly, I had a little chat with Dennis, who's ever so cooperative, to say, look, I don't know whether we'll need tomorrow, but we might have to. We can't just rush this thing. We're in the last stages. So we got 7 hours today. To me, it seems we will pass it today, but if we have to, we'll have to meet tomorrow, and I try to negotiate a time for him. But he's not sure, or he says he can't be available tomorrow. So what I've suggested, colleagues, in fairness, no matter how much we may disagree with the DA, they are making useful contributions, and we appreciate it. I mean, they could sort of lose interest in this bill because they know that the majority party will not agree to the position on, race in itself not being a determinant of disadvantage anymore. So I think that that doesn't mean they don't participate fully, the DA members, and we appreciate that. And we also appreciate Fani being here, because in his case, even more, there is objection to this bill, which is also their policy. So we understand their policy for elections is to end affirmative action. On the matter of the sunset clause, as we previously said, no one is saying affirmative action will continue forever. But as we can't tell when a reasonable degree of empowerment has occurred, we cannot put a sunset clause in here. But in the report, we can say that the committee feels that this cannot continue forever. And at some stage, once we can't, I don't know how you'll word this, but we'll think about it. Once a certain measure of empowerment has occurred, as to think about this, we think that consideration needs to be given to phasing affirmative action out. Okay, that's the most we can do. So what I suggest is, if we spill over to tomorrow, which I don't think we have to, then we can keep an hour or so open for Dennis to come back and say, look, in my absence on Friday, these are the issues that you took up, and this is what I feel. Or Willie can raise it. Hopefully he'll be here tomorrow in the meeting directly. Okay, having said that, can we move on? I see there's 2 notices in the chat group. Nobody here from Gauteng province. Okay, thanks for that, Dennis. Okay, so first, let's get back. I think, Dennis, you were the first who wants to speak on Can We Flight Lubabalo, the document by National Treasury in response to the negotiating mandate. Okay, in the meanwhile, Dennis, you want to raise issues?
Yeah,
welcome.
Morning. Yeah. Thanks very much. So I'm going to start with a couple of general points, if I may, and then get into a bit more detail. So, we as a committee have got more bills to process annually than other committees, and I think that we get a raft of bills through that. Some are Section 76, some are Section 75, and 77 obviously tied in with that. But so those are kind of annual bills, and we've gotten into a little bit of a trend with them, and perhaps stepped into some bad habits. And I think that the processing of the last 2 bills through our committee has actually given us a useful exercise to remind us of the depth with which we need to interrogate the bills and the processes, etc., etc. So yeah, I mean, Dikeledi accused me of enjoying myself in the meeting the other day, and actually I am. I think that the legislative process I'm quite enjoying being involved in it at this stage, and I think that it's we're doing it more fully now than we normally do. And so I think that this was brought home to me when we had a look at the negotiating mandates and the process that was followed there and the response to them, Chair. And I'm going to pick on Treasury a little bit, and I have sympathy with them and the volume of work that they have to do, and the volume of work that they've done on this bill already, which is greatly appreciated. But we already have extensive commentary from various quarters about the processes that were followed and whether these meet with the constitutional thresholds that are required. And I think that I'm not going to unpack the constitutional issues again in detail, but it is important to note that the time that was given, the time that was allowed for public comment was extremely short in both the National Assembly Select Committee process as well as in ours, and specifically the time allowed to provinces to get public comment, and in a period which is traditionally quite busy and a bit of catch up being played in February of each year. Excuse me, Chair. Excuse me, sorry about that. So particularly to have the public participation over a very short space of time, in February around then is quite difficult, and I think it brings it puts some question marks in place. But But I think we've kind of dealt with that. We've gone through that, and I'm not saying that we're accepting what's happened, but you know, that's for a constitutional court to decide one day when somebody inevitably takes this process through there. But more importantly, Chair, I think is the way that we now approach the inputs that we're given. And on the one hand, I want to say that the inputs that came from the Eastern Cape, from KwaZulu-Natal, and from the Western Cape are substantial. And in fact, if you read through some of the public participation inputs that accompanied those negotiating mandates, there really was some deep thinking, some excellent quality inputs that came through. And the result is that the reports that come through have come, some of them don't quite reflect the depth of the public comments that the committee has received, and I'm not sure why that is. The reports seem to be a little bit, you know, almost in shorthand in certain instances. But having a look at some of the issues that were raised, a lot of them were carried through in the committee reports. So perhaps not finally in the recommendations, but in the committee reports. And I do think that it's important for Treasury to come in and actually look at the full content of the submissions from the provinces. And I realize that that's quite difficult because, I mean, KwaZulu-Natal had a 50-page submission, and it really was compelling reading in many parts. Western Cape went over the top, as usual. They had 130 something. Almost 140 pages that the Western Cape submission was, and the Eastern Cape's may have only been 13 pages. But there were a number of appendices that were sent separately, and I don't believe that Treasury's response has gone deeply enough into dealing with some of those. And I've gone through and I read through quite quickly, and I mean, really, I didn't sit and read all 127 pages of the Western Cape submission, but I did glance through the entire document and tried to haul out key themes and so on. But I mean, an example from the Eastern Cape is the fact that they're wanting the contracting process to be user friendly. That was the specific word that came out there, and I don't think that's been addressed at all by Treasury in their response, because the reality is that the process that's been put before us is far from user friendly. Certainly not for municipalities and smaller entities that are procuring on behalf of government at a local level. And I mean, even for a province like the Eastern Cape, some of the smaller provinces where they do battle to attract good skills sometimes, but also when, you know, their provincial budgets also don't allow for massive procurement departments to be formed. You know, having a user-friendly document for the government entity, but also user-friendly for the contractors, is quite important. I don't believe that we've responded to that properly, especially noting the complexity of the bill and the many different categories that we consider. So 17, 18, 19, for example, and then, you know, 17.3C, which throws everything out. I think it's 17.3C, which is only one of the criteria can be applied, etc. So that was the one thing. The next thing that came out is probably something that can't be handled and can't be responded to by Treasury, Chair, but I do think that this is something for us to consider, and it came out in the submissions from the Eastern Cape. It came out in the submission from the Free State. It came out, I think, from the Northwest and from Western Province, is the fact that CIDB, which is an entity of Public Works, is not having the impact that it's supposed to have. Now, it's the Construction Industry Development Board, and they should be upskilling contractors, subcontractors, etc. Helping them to get to the correct registration levels, etc., etc. So, Chair, it's a consistent theme that came through, as I say, across four of the 9 provinces, and I would kind of submit that it's probably a lived experience in the other 5 as well, but they just didn't mention it. And perhaps it's important for us to ensure, and I saw that Treasury did put a comment in that the procurement office will engage with the CIDB. I'm not sure that that's sufficient, Chair. I'm not sure if perhaps the Appropriations Committee can be implored to ask the Public Works Department to come and talk to us a little bit about CIDB and what they're doing with the money that we appropriate to them and so on. I just think there's something more that needs to be done there. The one very good input from KwaZulu-Natal that really has been ignored is the substantial impact on provincial and municipal structures. And they spoke about job descriptions having to change and having to rework departmental issues in the various places. So, and I see how that's going to impact them based on the legislation. So there's going to have to be a rollout of this legislation, and an implementation process that needs to be worked out quite carefully. And KwaZulu-Natal highlighted this, and I thought it was most observant of them to do so. Western Cape also. So, I think the Western Cape's cover letter is perhaps the best summary of their inputs, and their point number 19. I'll hop on that a little bit more just now, but also spoke about implementation and the rollout. And I do think that perhaps provinces need to be given some sort of an idea of what the rollout process of this is going to be, because to change an organigram in a municipality, you've got to time it right in terms of the budgetary and the IDP cycle, first of all, and then you've got to take the thing through public participation before it can be implemented. Then, of course, once the organigram is redesigned, one then needs to move towards amending job descriptions. All of these things take time. Then you've got to deal with the unions, make sure the unions are happy with the fact that you're changing the job descriptions of the various things, and only then can you implement. So the fact is that cascading this bill and its various requirements down in certain instances is going to be perhaps more than a 2-year process even. And that's after the president has assented to the bill and decided, which parts are going to be implemented immediately and which are going to be rolled out later. So, I don't think we can second guess what the president is going to say and how he's going to plan to roll the bill out. But I do think that the provinces do deserve some sort of an information about where they are going to be impacted, how they are going to be enabled to manage the rollout. Because if we have an implementation date and say this has to be implemented from the 1st of June 2025, it's not going to happen because the structures are just not going to be in place, and we're going to be setting up people to fail. Consistently as well, there were requests for workshops and more information. Eastern Cape asked for supplier workshops. KwaZulu-Natal spoke about the complexity of Chapter 4 and helping contractors or bidders to engage with the process. Northwest also wanted a workshop on the bill, saying that they didn't understand the full impact, etc. So there was quite a lot of this. And Chair, you spoke earlier in the process. You spoke about how this used to be the norm, where there was before public participation, there were site visits and people giving presentations on the bill, so that the public participation process was enriched through having empowered the participants with a deeper understanding of the bill. It's quite clear that several provinces were looking for this sort of thing. Right, consistently as well, people were asking for more clarity on the regulations. I think that's been answered by Treasury. The CIDB. Okay, then we spoke about the construction mafia, Chairperson, and this was addressed in our meeting the other day. And the threats that go to procurement staff members. I agree that Treasury possibly cannot implement through the legislation, cannot prevent the construction mafia. And the comment that they've given in their response was a little bit deflective, and it said, that's a criminal issue, take it up with SAPS. Now, Chair, I do want to make the point that if I go to my local SAPS here in rural Gauteng, and I think rural Gauteng is less rural than some other rural parts of the country. But if I go to SAPS in rural Gauteng and say to them at my local police station, listen, I'm a procurement officer and I have been threatened because of X, Y, and Z, and I'm concerned, I'm going to be met largely with blank stares by well-meaning officers who are perhaps being placed in positions that they haven't been fully trained for. And I don't see that it's going to be dealt with the seriousness that it should be dealt with. I also think that many of these smaller police stations are understaffed and undercapacitated in terms of the work that they can do. So I think, therefore, Chair, that perhaps, again, Treasury should consider putting together some sort of a helpline. And this is not a function of the Act, but certainly it's a function of rolling out the Act and implementing it. Putting together some sort of a reporting line or a point of contact where a procurement officer or a procurement administration staff member, whatever it may be, is able to contact somebody central that can trigger a proper and serious reaction. Because we've seen what plays out when these threats are not taken seriously. We've seen people with bodyguards even still being taken out at school meetings. So I think that that having some sort of a central place which can then engage directly with SAPS from a kind of a top level approach, so that the correct response from SAPS can be triggered. I think that would be very useful. Again, not a function of the legislation, but certainly a function of the implementation of the legislation. So I do think that was quite important. Yeah, a number of the submissions spoke about local content and wanted a better definition of local. I think we did speak about that in committee as well. I'm not sure if that definition has properly gone through into the paperwork. Although, yes, sorry, hold on, I'm reading my notes as I'm speaking, and we do speak about the geographical delimitation that can be put into the conditions. So I think that's been dealt with. Sorry. Dispute resolution was an issue that was raised by KwaZulu-Natal. It was raised by Limpopo and raised by the Western Cape, saying that so this is the chapter that we're still to get to, Chair, in terms of our processing. But the dispute resolution processes just seem to be overly complex, centralized, and there needs to be more work done on that. I think we'll get to those clauses later today, Chair, and we'll possibly work through them in more detail. Chair, I had a look at the Western Cape submission as a whole, and I do want to say that I think that it was probably largely disregarded And I understand that there is a potential to dismiss the Western Cape and say, look, we know they're always going to be anti, etc., and perhaps ignore some of their inputs. And I mean,
no, Dennis, I must intervene here. That's not true. I also read their submission for most part, right? Not everything. No.
Yeah.
And we have conceded to all their requests for extension, even more. So can we move on? That's not fair.
Sure,
you can't
okay.
say that. In any case, you know what? It's not Treasury's decision what happens in this committee. They can ignore the Western Cape, but we can say, hey, they're a province of this country. It's a multi-party democracy. Now, this is actually, it's no use raising it with them. It's a question you must ask yourself and us, right? We have given you already close to 21 minutes. You can carry on. There's no such thing. So that one is not a National Treasury question. Willie doesn't have to reply to that. Thank you. Let's be fair.
Sure. Okay. Yeah. I think perhaps I was a little bit too harsh in how I delivered the thing, the message. But I was saying, there can possibly be a
all right, a subconscious tendency to ignore the Western Cape because of our fundamental differences.
Yeah.
Right. Correct.
Look, I just think that some of their inputs.
That's fair. Yeah.
Okay. Some of their inputs really should be seen as being constructive. And I mean, I look at the top of page 10 of their Part B submission. And let's just try and get there quickly. Yeah, the top of page 10 of their Part B submission, which really gave some very constructive suggestions in terms of feedback to bidders. And I think that this is also something that was raised in the Eastern Cape submission, is that they wanted feedback to bidders, constructive criticism, etc., so that there's a more transparent process. And when I looked at the bill as a result of those inputs, and again, also Eastern Cape raised the same concerns, there's not much that speaks to the transparency of the process of the bid committees, which has been consistently raised over the years of being a shortcoming. And that the fact that the bid committees invariably meet behind closed doors. It's not an open process and people don't get to see it. So when the bids are evaluated and someone's bid is unsuccessful, they seldom get substantial feedback as to, what went wrong. Why didn't I get it? And I think that often, that needs to happen because there can be legal implications to giving people too many reasons. But the fact is that it prevents people from constructively trying to improve themselves over time and improving their chances of being successful the next time. If you just get your mark back and you don't get to see where you went wrong in a test, it means that you don't. The test hasn't had its impact because you don't know which parts you don't understand. So I do think that that sort of input is most constructive and valuable. And again, the bottom of page 13 of the same document spoke as well about again the issues around construction works and the need for better cooperation with CIDB. Again, it's an important thing that needs to be taken further, and not just as a the PO will engage with CIDB. I don't think that's sufficient. Chair, yeah, I think Western Cape, as I say, the cover letter was for me the best part. And if one looks specifically around paragraph 18 and 19. 19 is the only one I really haven't touched on yet, other than saying there needs to be a proper implementation strategy. There needs to be a communication on resource allocation to provinces, the systems that are going to be coming in, etc., etc. So I just feel that hasn't really been comprehensively answered. as I say, 140 pages, 50 pages, about 30 pages from the Eastern Cape and various others. I think the responses that we've got have been a little bit too light for the level of engagement that we've received. Having said all of that, Chair, I do think that the Gauteng process, and I'm a little bit disappointed that Mr. Nsani and Mr. Malema, who's Paul Malema, Chair, the nice Malema, not the other one. It's a pity that they're not online, because it's a bit embarrassing to see the depth of the engagements that were held in other provinces when we had a very superficial process held in Gauteng. And Chair, that brings me to my final point, which is just, I'm not sure who's not representing fully what happened, but I do think that Treasury's response, and if we scroll down on the screen that's being shared at the moment, Treasury lists that public participation only happened in very few provinces. And it leaves out the fact that the public, their own document leaves out the fact that public participation took place in the Northwest, and Northwest in their report details it. It leaves out that public participation happened in KwaZulu-Natal, and it also leaves out that public participation happened in one or two other provinces. So I think that their response might not be comprehensive. They may be signaling to us that they don't think that the public participation in certain provinces was up to standard or was adequate. Perhaps they can tell us a little bit more about why the table that they've put together. And I'll tell you exactly what page it is now. See, we're not scrolling down on the screen. The table that they put together, yeah, it's on page 2, where they list provincial public hearings. It doesn't seem to match the contents of the reports that we've received. Thank you very much, Chair. That's my bit that I've had to say. 30 minutes.
Okay, over to you, Willie.
Good morning, Chairperson. Thank you for the opportunity. Sorry, which Willie are we talking about?
I just took it that took it that Dennis is speaking on behalf of the DA, but you can speak as well. No problem.
Yeah, no, thank you, Chairperson. He did obviously speak on behalf of the DA. I just would like to come on behalf of my province, or what we saw there. Chairperson, I agree with what Dennis said with regards to certain public participation issues that we've had. And I know that I brought this up in the previous meeting, but I just want to mention it again. In the Northern Cape, it's a province that is extremely vast. If you talk to people that stay in Meer and in Askam, and you tell them to have a hybrid meeting and they've got to log on, they don't even have reception there. That is why we saw in the Northern Cape's public participation process, we had one written submission by an SCM at the Department of Corporate Government and Human Settlements and Traditional Affairs. We had absolutely no submissions from anybody else. The hybrid meetings did not add anything. There were no people there. So it is really, it was very, very poor if you look at the public participation that took place in the Northern Cape. And I think that all provinces, but especially provinces with a very rural nature like the Northern Cape and maybe Northwest and even some other provinces, must look in the future of how they conduct public participation, especially with important bills like this. You can't have it that you've got only one written submission, and it says there under 4.1 in the report of the Northern Cape that stakeholder recommendations on the bill, 4.1, there were no inputs made by stakeholders. And I think this really shows that there's a huge concern with regards to the public participation that took place there. And I think we should, in the future, urge these provinces to make more effort with regards to that. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Willie M. I'll call you Willie A and Willie M. Right, Willie M.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to open my my camera. I hope it's going to work this time.
Yeah, if it doesn't, it's fine.
Okay.
You can continue.
Now, Chair, thank you very much, and much appreciated and also to the honorable members of the committee, and much appreciated from the presentation by Honorable Ryder. But let me just start by at least putting some of the issues in context for the benefit of the committee, so to understand where we're coming from. Now, the KZN, if I may start there, the committee did not invite National Treasury to participate in its public participation sessions. So that's a first thing. To that end, the KZN committee decided to go on its own. That's the first thing that at least maybe the committee should note. So we did not participate in that process. As a result, we couldn't even know what issues were raised during its own processes that was conducted, I would like to believe, by the committee itself, maybe, and some of the provincial treasury colleagues, if they were there. We don't know exactly the details thereof. Of course, we received that submission from KZN, was 50 pages, but also, albeit a bit late, Chair, if you're in the process. So that's the first part. Then the second part, in respect of the Western Cape and Gauteng in particular, during the public hearings, sessions, the Western Cape submitted a long commentary, submission to us, to which we responded in detail and submitted back to the Western Cape. Not only that, we submitted back to the Western Cape, but we also had a session with the committee, taking the committee through the Western Cape submission. That was on the 22nd of March. And I would imagine that what the Western Cape has submitted now is probably the same issues that we've already dealt with. And if the committee is not in possession of our submission, our responses, in particular to the Western Cape, I think we can gladly share.
Yeah, no, I was going to suggest you do that. So let's just do that.
Yeah, we will do that. And equally, Chair, with Gauteng also submitted to us for a response, their comments that came out of the public hearings, and we responded to that as well, and submitted our comment back early in March. If I recall, it's probably around the 8th or so of March, and then we responded to Gauteng as well in detail, and we can also share that information with the committee. Now, the Northwest initially indicated that they didn't need Treasury's participation in its public hearing sessions. And only after we had already committed to other provinces like Western Cape and so on, because we've been there in their public participation, did Northwest come back and say they wanted us to participate at least in 5 areas in Northwest on the same day. By that time, we were already committed, because we don't have, the chair spoke about the capacity. We already committed in Mpumalanga, in Western Cape, as I indicate, as well as in Limpopo at the time. So we couldn't attend. I recall that on that very day, the 6th of March, we were in the Western Cape at the time, Saldanha Bay, George, Cape Town, and so on. And some of our colleagues were in Mpumalanga, so we couldn't attend Northwest. So that's the position. However, what is very important that the committee should note is that with the exception of the KZN, which, we've briefed all provincial legislatures, the committees in the provincial legislature, except the KZN province. So we did not brief them, except the briefing that they got on the 6th of February when the committee commenced its work. So that's the position. Now, and also, Chair, just to say that at least we are always available when the committees invite us. We always try by means to be there physically and so on. That is why in our report we do indicate that at least in the Eastern Cape we're in 16 areas physically, if I may put it that way, and so on in other areas. Now, coming back to the issue around the report that we tabled here on Tuesday to the committee, I think we did indicate that this report picks up the themes, the key themes that came out of the submissions from various provinces. Of course, except because the Western Cape, the same issues that they're raising are the same issues that we responded to already previously, and also briefed the committee there on the 22nd of March, Chair. So I just wanted to at least to clarify that particular issue, Chair. Now, my understanding, Chair, is that the issues around provinces requesting workshops, I think they're talking about the current system that we have, not necessarily in the bill. But of course, Chair, as you would know, in the rollout of the bill, we definitely are going to offer workshops and so on. We're not going to ignore that part. It's a very important part of the rolling out of the bill once the bill is passed into law. The one issue that we've said, we kept on saying around regulations, and I think Honorable Ryder points out that we did talk to that issue, to say regulations will be drafted, and then it will be a participative process with a number of stakeholders, and regulations, of course, will be run through Parliament. I think we've made that commitment. Without us, putting a lot of the regulations in the bill itself. Now, those, Chair, who are familiar with the PFMA, at least for now, you would understand that there are only 2 sections in the PFMA that refer to a provisioning system, a procurement system that is fair, equitable, and so on. And that is Section 38, which applies to government departments, constitutional institutions, and other smaller public entities. And of course, 51, Section 51 thereof, that relates to your big public entities, to say they must have a system, a procurement system. These 2 sections are just sections that are provided in the PFMA. But from these sections, we've developed the Treasury regulations in terms of Section 76 thereof, and a number of those Treasury regulations come out of Section 76. Now, even those public entities develop their own procurement policies out of Section 51 of the PFMA. Now, if you look at the bill, the way it's structured now, if I may just expand a little bit, you will see that in clause 25, we're simply talking about the minister having to prescribe a system, from which procuring institutions will develop their own procurement policies. That's what we say. But then clause 64 gives a list of a number of regulations that must be developed, similar to Section 76 of the PFMA. So there is, if you look at the approach in terms of how the bill has been written and what process would be followed to put together the regulations, it's a similar, exactly, Chair, if I may put it that way. So I think we will get to that part of the regulations, and we're on record as having repeated this thing over and over, and it will be consulted. No one will be left out of this particular process, Chair. Now, maybe, Chair, the issues around the construction mafia, we may just want to get maybe at least guidance from the committee on what could be proposed. And I heard that Honorable Ryder is proposing that we must at least have some contact and so on, but we'll take at least leadership from the committee insofar as it is concerned. I thought, Chair, I must just raise these issues, that the report that we're seeing here is just key themes that are coming out of the submissions that were made. I mean, the mandates that were submitted to the committee. Not that it addresses, but we do have in the background a spreadsheet dealing with some of these issues in detail, of course, where we haven't. But for Western Cape, we submitted a detailed presentation. We'll make that available to the committee. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. Impy, do you want to say anything?
Chair, good morning. Just on two issues that Mr. Ryder raised. On changes to organograms of provincial municipal institutions as well as national. I think to some extent we've dealt with that through the proposal that we remove the clause that deals as to what should be part of the procurement function, that it's left to the accounting officer or authority to determine where functions are performed. So it wouldn't necessarily result in changes to organogram. I'm not saying it will not, but I think that the scope, it's now left to them to perform the functions or leave it where it's currently located. Then just one other issue about the bid committee access to and so on. I understand the specific issues about suppliers getting reasons why they're not successful, but just to note that there's a clause in a bill, clause 32, that deals with the access to procurement processes. And that clause, it's now in the amended draft clause 30. So there is a provision. But obviously any supplier may ask reasons, but maybe it's about the depth of the reasons that is maybe not adequate. Only those two things. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, I'll just make some responses very quickly, right? Unless somebody else wants to come in. And they, as I said, don't put your hand up, just come in. So, you see, the first point I wanted to respond to Dennis, right? You see, you're saying, it strikes you that what we're doing with this bill, we should have done with every bill. I'm not sure how we do that, Dennis, because the bills usually come to us at 75. And, the hearings are pathetic. Sometimes we don't get a single submission. Once or twice, we've actually got a written submission. Sometimes no more than COSATU. So you can't respond if there aren't any submissions of any African sort. On the other hand, firstly, this is a 76 bill. Secondly, it's the most contentious bill we've had since 2019. Thirdly, we've got more submissions than ever. We've never had so many submissions on a bill. Now, on the NA side, particularly, on the financial sector regulation bill, I think Alan can give you the figures. This process has been taking place since 1998. I think I've chaired the most committees in this parliament, at least 5. If you add the ad hoc committee, I think it's 6. This is exactly the process we've been following since 1998. But you have to have a bill that's meaty. And in the NA side, people take the NA much more seriously than they do us. And NA has much more power than we have on 75 bills. So what I'm saying is, we can only treat this bill the way we are, because it is a bill that has to be treated like this, like every other bill since 1998 when I was on the NA side. So I don't know what is being said here, but I'm sure when such a bill comes back, a bill like this, I mean, in a 76 context, the new chairperson will also treat the bill line by line. Although I must say a strange thing. The first time when in SCOF we started treating a bill line by line, Mr. Mania interrupted and said, oh, we're doing traditional bill processing or something like that. I couldn't understand what he was saying. Every committee is required to do this. There's nothing particularly unusual in what we did. The difference is that certain committees since 1998 have allowed public participation through written representation till the last day. Although I'll repeat, I twice raised it in the structures of Parliament and people didn't agree. All right, I don't want to go there. Now we're still having public participation. I got responses to that letter by email and in phone calls, right? Or WhatsApps. And the participation will end at noon on Monday. You saw the letter I wrote. We spent 31 hours on this bill. Today is 7 hours, 38. If we sit tomorrow, it's 3 or 4 hours. What's that, 42? Next week, Tuesday, maybe 3 hours, 45 hours on the bill. We would have done the same if we got any other bill of this substantial number of submissions and this complexity. Mercifully, we didn't get this bill. It is horrendous that they brought this bill to us now. But quite frankly, if you think about it, colleagues, you've been pushed, and I really appreciate that you see, I'm here forever, right? Until now. And I have far more experience than you. And the property rates bill, we used to sit as I told, that's experience and expertise. So I have a stamina that is unfair to expect of you, especially those of you who are new. So, you know, I mean, Dennis, we didn't get any substantial submissions before. Then on the issue of, did they have enough time? You know, again, Dennis, even if this bill came to us 2 years ago, we would have followed the same process. They had the bill, I think, on the 6th of December. They knew because they were so upset about the changes in Chapter 4. 6th of December, they knew at some stage. Most functioning institutions in the private sector only end at the middle of December and they start in the first week of January. They had plenty of time, really. But people will say we didn't have enough time because they're opposed to the bill or they feel they are experts. They know more than us, which is true technically, and they're not getting their way. So I spoke about co-governing in the letter, but more gently. On the matter of provinces, when I approached Frank to say, you know what, I don't think we can finish this bill. It's not fair in the 6 to 8 week cycle period. Has an extension been sought before? Frank can correct me if I'm wrong. I thought he said to me, if I remember correctly, it hasn't been done before to his knowledge. It may have happened when he wasn't here, but he's been here for a very long time. And then I asked him what happens with the process and the mediation. So the Western Cape wrote to us. I replied within 2 days. The letter was sent to Amos Masondo by the Speaker, of the Western Cape Legislature. Then the MEC oddly wrote to us, an MEC. That's very strange. I found him by Nkululeko. His secretary said, no, he's too busy to speak to me. So I said, fine. It's his job to return the call. So maybe you want to ask him, Dennis, why didn't he return the call? I mean, I've never heard of this thing. The MEC is too busy. There have been MECs that have come out, well, I suppose they're ANC, so you would say, okay, they do it because, well, it's an ANC leader, they have to speak to a committee. On workshops, I don't know exactly what I said, Dennis, and I don't know in what context, but I know with the rates bills, and I think with the local government bills, they used to do workshops while the bill's been processed or before. And so in that context, I wasn't saying all bills have had workshops, but you know, I think even this term, there may be tax bills where they did do workshops with chartered accountants and all of that. But I think, you see, Dennis, you raised some new points, some nice ones. But for the most part, in some or other form, what you said has been covered. You're finding new angles to discuss issues that we've already discussed, which is fine. But let me put it to you, committee. I read, I would say, a reasonable amount, and I skimmed through. My own sense was, it was surprisingly long, but surprisingly similar to what we'd done. And now I'm thinking maybe not unsurprisingly. But as for the National Treasury's replies, I think I might have told Impy that when you structure this thing, do it according to themes, like the government departments have always done. They don't like take each institution because then it's overlapping the points, as you saw in the report on the 8th to 10th of April. So it might well have been me, and that's the approach we normally take. But what you are right in suggesting, even inadvertently, Dennis, the theme approach can actually slide over certain specific points under a particular theme. That's probably true. But I have read most of that Western Cape's, and I think I agree with you. The letter is very well done, actually. But Willie's reply has knocked me off. It's an excellent reply, Willie. Giving facts. This is what you did. So yes, give us that report. I'm very surprised you were able to do. You said at some stage, if I got you right, you went to 12 places in the Western Cape. We must also appreciate the Western Cape's work effort on this bill. Willie A is correct for what he's saying about the Northern Cape. But Frank, I don't know. Maybe you can discuss with me offline whether when you're representing a province, in the case of Linda Moss, and you're not the majority party there, or in the case of Willie A, you could speak like that, whether you have a mandate to say, but look, I don't care, because ultimately he's right. But those are issues for implementation and future. And those are issues, Willie, I hope you'll come back, given your experience here. You'll raise with the ANC, well, I think there'll be a majority in the Northern Cape, but, they might slip slightly below, so I don't know who will be the alliance partner. But what I'm saying is that's a matter you should raise also. What I want to say, though, is a lot of things, Dennis, that you say are not for the bill, they're for implementation. A lot of the issues are about capacity. Now, I don't know what more to say. In a private exchange with you this morning, I repeated, and I'm saying it now because in the report it's going to go in. Willie and MP, you people work very hard. You're in a situation where it's beyond your control that you had to bring this bill. And I think Dennis also admits that you're working very hard and there are limits to what you can do. And I know more than anybody how hard you've been working. And especially you in the case of drafting, MP. Willie is the boss, he gives the policy issues, he comes here, he's very articulate and all that. But the actual drafting takes the time. I know I'm a drafter of sorts in my own way. And not of legal bills, obviously. But, I also have the situation where the policy wonks say these things. They don't think that I'm not going to go to the computer. I'm like you, MP, I have these issues. And say, computer, just type all these things up. It takes hours and hours. So, and I know you got support, but ultimately you're accountable here. And I know. But you see, if you look at some of the issues you're raising from the provinces, they're about things that we agree. And I'm clear as to if be tough on capacity. I'm very clear. There are limits to your capacity to do these things. And I don't think you're sufficiently acknowledging that. But your saving grace is that you can introduce at different times, different parts of the bill. This has happened in many bills, as I've said thousands of times. But obviously, it's not the president that will decide alone. You will get direction from yourselves as Treasury. On the matter of the bid committee process, I really like what you said, right? And what Western Cape said. So firstly, ideally, yes, we should have transparency. I'm sure in some countries, I don't know, Willie, they do the whole thing before the media, not media, TV or open to everybody to see. I like that, okay? I really like that. I wish that could be the case. But I know what you're going to say. There are sensitive, what you'll say? Market consideration issues. And there's PAPIA and so on. I have my huge problems with PAPIA. I don't know why we needed it, but I know why people do it. But it's got a very negative side to it, as Dennis and others picked up. So on the matter of two things I want to make clear. One, your capacity issues and the prescription. It's horrendous. So let's start with this. Can you give us a paragraph by Friday evening or Saturday morning while Esther's working on the report to say why so much of prescription? I heard you, but I'd like it in your own words. Challenged, we will say, Esther, by the committee about why there is so much prescription here. This the National Treasury, in summary, said this: you give the words to us. I know what some of the issues are, and they're quite strong. The uncertainties, you don't know how it's going to happen, you're covering 3 spheres of government, etc., etc. So on prescription and capacity, Dennis, I don't think there's any differences between us. And a lot of what you said, reflecting what they said in the provinces. On the construction mafia, I actually don't know what you really want, because you weren't concrete enough, but can you maybe draft something and we can look at it to convert into legalese? Tell bidders why they failed. I thought there is something there. I don't know if you will come to it. Let's look at that. Maybe we need to strengthen it so that they can learn, says Dennis. I also saw that in the provinces, and I think somebody else at the national sphere. I agree with that. Then just to say something practical that I meant to say. Lubabalo sent me a letter from the Free State. They said they would like up till 11 to submit their final mandates. And I have alerted you, may have to meet at 5 o'clock. But given the sensitivities of this bill, Lubabalo, Esther is on leave. She had already negotiated for leave, family leave today and tomorrow. So frankly, we've got the redoubtable, indomitable Lubabalo. And I have no doubt that he will pressure his colleagues, experiences it, to ensure they deliver the final mandates. On KZN, I have been in touch with them. And I have actually engaged with the chair. He's new. In fact, the things he told me over the phone were spot on with what we were saying. So I asked him to join the meetings because then he can pick up. And I told him we're giving them an extension of time. And then he said he would come. Unfortunately, I rang him twice or thrice. I can't remember how many times. Does it matter? And then he explained to me the poor fellow was in hospital with pneumonia. And so he couldn't attend any of the meetings. And the only meeting he could attend was Friday at 2, but they were getting their negotiatings last week on Friday at 2, so he couldn't attend that. I don't know why I wasn't invited to I couldn't, because obviously I was sitting here in this platform. And I don't know why they didn't invite Treasury, because they could have sent the second-tier team because they were sitting with us. So finally, Dennis, my view is, a good part of what you said is an implementation issue. So please, can you suggest some concrete issues for implementation? The changing of organograms and so on, we've been through this before. And it's covered by the issues we're going to raise in the bill about capacity to implement it. It cuts across all 3. There are going to be big changes on the financial implications, capacity, and prescription. Those are 3 big issues we have issues with. Now, one of the reasons we're asking for the bill to be reviewed within 24 months is because the National Treasury will probably discover things about how hard it is to implement this bill and need changes. Secondly, they'll be clearer about the regulations. Thirdly, we will put in our report, Esther, that we want a new committee to consider circumscribing the minister's right to have powers. Even if you look at, the allowance we're going to provide, which is very unusual. Let me tell you, Esther, MP, I haven't come across a bill apart from the ones in local government, right, that have given a minister so much of authority to regulate. I haven't. And it's not good, Esther. But again, the saving grace is you're going to gazette everything. You're going to write a consultation report. That impressed me. I haven't seen that easily. I don't think I've come across that actually in all these years, a consultation report. But then you're bringing it to Parliament for scrutiny, you say. Good. But you see, it depends on how strong a committee is to ensure all that happens and what is the quality of the consultation report. But that you have it is the best you can do. So on the matter of the checks and balances on the minister's prescription, I like all of that. But what you can do, of course, as I said, is tell us something about why so much of prescription. Tell us a bit about your response in writing, which we can put in the report. You can even send it on Saturday afternoon. I'm sure Esther and her staff, her colleagues will have to work this weekend. And then it's over, Esther, Poppy, Inkululeko will be back. It'll be over. There's no other bill. So there we are. Obviously, nothing stops Dennis or Willie or anybody raising issues from the provincial report up to the day we vote on this bill. So it's not like closure. And I thank Dennis and Willie for raising those issues. And I think we should, if the meeting is agreeable, start looking at the bill clause by clause. We have to review chapter 4 because if we went through it as a whole, that's the most contested chapter and people might want to raise things. So, is anybody want to say anything before we go to clause by clause? No. Dennis, you're okay for now?
Yeah, Chair, I'm okay for now. I do think that this bill required a deeper engagement than some of our previous ones. So yeah, look, I've said my say. I appreciate the responses. Don't necessarily agree with all of them. I think some of my comments were also slightly misinterpreted, but it's not necessary to backwards and forwards. It's not a court case. I think that I just appreciate the opportunity to engage, and yeah, let's move on.
No, look, we appreciate what you said. It's very helpful, especially for those who are coming back to work through these things. Secondly, I didn't deliberately, maybe I misunderstood. But as you say, it's not a back and forth, okay? And we're going through the bill. Nothing stops you, as you yourself suggested, coming to issues as you have considered the provincial mandates, and we haven't addressed it sufficiently enough. Right, can we move on, please? Right, the first question then is on chapter 4. People might want to comment on chapter 4, and so you are invited to do so. Now, please, man, there's no need to put your hand up. Just say chair or whatever, Eunice or whatever, and let's get going. Okay, so on chapter 4, anybody wants to come in? Okay, in the meanwhile, while people are thinking, can I raise a few trivial things, right, on chapter 4? So the first thing is...
Apologies, Chair. Can I put it on the screen?
Yeah, of course you must. Oh, of course. Can I ask members, before we get to chapter 4, can't we look, and people have to guide us, at all the changes, few as they are, that we proposed on the amendments themselves? That's the first thing we have to do. Secondly, there's about 5 of those, or 4 of those that we parked off. And Dennis said he will come back with comments, right? So let's do that first and then move on to chapter 4 as a whole. But up to end of chapter 3, let's look at the changes. So MP, can you help us because you're best able to do this? So we're starting from the beginning.
Sorry, just Chair, give me a second or two.
Yeah, I see you battling to open it. So just remind members also at what we're looking at, and we got this yesterday. Is that correct?
Yes,
Is
it
this the one
was
that came
sent yesterday
10:05?
morning. Yes.
Yeah, that's that, the one at 10:05. By the way, MP, I still had the same problem, and I went and printed this morning, but Sally has found a way out. We'll talk about that offline, interestingly. Right, let's move on.
Okay, the first change is in the preamble, that insertion of and local.
Yeah, I put local government. Can we move on? No, it's arguing that time.
Okay. Then there was a issue about it's the heading of clause 1, because we had a provision that deals with the in writing. I actually propose that we move it to the very end of the bill, because it's actually, strictly speaking, not even an interpretation provision, it's a requirement for those in.
All right, fine. Anybody had a problem with that? No? Can we move on, please?
Then
And please alert us to the ones we parked off. And Esther, you might want to say something. Esther, please, we haven't got time for quietness now. We have to finish this bill. Or just ask
Chair,
someone
it's
to do
Ron
it.
Grace from the
Yeah.
NRF. Just back
Yeah.
to the definition of the word bid.
Ron,
Yes, sorry.
Ron, hang on. You're in the committee stage, right? As I told
sorry,
you,
Chair.
even in an email, yeah. And what we're going to do, we said you're welcome to ask Estelle, well, it's Tugabalo now,
I'm sorry, Chair.
of
Sorry
all the
for
documents, right?
wasting my time.
But no, it's okay, Ron, it's okay. But let me explain again. We will have a text, hopefully by Friday, 5 p.m., as I said. And then you will get it and you'll have till Monday noon to comment, right, in writing. We are not going to accept an overhaul of the bill. We are where we are. So you'll focus only on the amendments and suggest alternative wording or argue against the amendment made in a brief way. But since you are here, comrades, colleagues, can we just, but if we ask you to speak, then everybody else want to speak. All right. I just think in a limited way, is anybody against this? Can we ask Ron to have his say? Because he's going to send us it in writing. Lupapalo, you wouldn't know who are there any other participants from civil society here? No. All right, Ron, since you're the only one, they've got the same right. What is it you want to raise? Thank you.
I'm sorry, Chair, just the word bid, just the removal of the word written in the first line, it then accommodates for an unsolicited bid.
Okay, is there anything else you want to say?
Sorry, Chair, just ignore that. Sorry, I'm wrong. Thank you for accommodating me. I am wrong. Thank you, Chair, and I'll go off.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, yeah, but we don't want you to feel that it's useless. It just gives you an idea of the process. You can also get the arguments. And remember, everything is put on YouTube. Lupapalo, it's put on YouTube, within 24 hours?
It's live on YouTube, Chairperson, and I believe the meeting is also live on TV.
Yeah, but what happens now if somebody's at work and they can't watch it, and then after hours of work, they want to watch it? When can they see it? The same day?
Sorry, immediately, Chairperson. It is available immediately.
Oh, it's available immediately. Okay, so the meeting ends at, say, 5 o'clock today. At 5 o'clock, it's there already.
That's correct, Chairperson.
Okay, good. There you are. Okay, your colleagues, Ron, others, I mean, stakeholders, they can also watch it. It might give them some insights. It's many hours, though. They can just fast forward. Okay, go ahead, please. Colleagues, I will write to Mr. Gray. What's his name? The IRR gentleman. We did discuss his document. And Lupapalo, will you remind me on Friday to just write a reply to him? It'll be brief. And I also sent colleagues the letter that we replied to the concerned group and the submission by, the overview by Frank. I sent it to all the stakeholders to be fair to them. They all know that by noon Monday, they have to make comments on actual amendments, right? So that's fine, Ron. Okay. Look, at the end of the meeting, if you are prepared to stay till 5, I don't know if you have that stamina, then we can ask Ron to say a few things, and we can go back quickly to close. Give him 5 minutes if you all are agreeable. But it's a bit unfair, Ron, because then other people might say, remember, there are people that oppose what you say, right? I mean, we have to take account, as I said in that letter, for those like the Black Empowerment Movement feels this bill is dreadful. It doesn't go far enough. Others feel it's gone too far. And that's the thing about engagement with civil society. Trade unions say one thing, business say another, and we have to find, trade-offs. Okay, over then to you, Impi.
The next change is to geographical area inserting local municipality.
Yeah, obviously. Right, next. We've been through all of this here. But comrades, colleagues, if anything you want to raise, just butt in, please.
Chair, I'm just looking at. Sorry, I'm just looking at the Constitution.
Yeah.
Now, immediately, when you insert the word local there, I'm asking, is a metro also a local municipality? Because you're specifying local municipality, district municipality, or province. Is a metropolitan municipality also a local municipality? I know that when we, in the nomenclature that is used, generally speaking.
Yeah, he's right. Okay, Dennis, he's right. It's a very good point. I didn't pick that up at all. Yeah, he's right. There's 3 types of municipalities. Why you leave metros out?
So, no, look, the question is, I mean, if one looks at Chapter 7 of the Constitution, it talks about municipalities. So I think having the word local in there, I'm not sure why it's been inserted. I don't think it should be. And I realize it was
What
discussed the other day.
Yeah, okay. No. You're right. Good point. You see, what we can also do to make it simpler, why do you say in the geographical area of a municipality? But then you have to specify, yeah. Okay, so quickly, who's going to answer? Why have you left out metropolitan municipalities also? It's another way of saying the same thing, I think.
Yeah. Before they answer.
Yeah, sure. Just come into Clary, you're welcome.
I think this matter was brought up last week, and it was addressed that when we talk about a geographical spread, we must be inclusive of 3 spheres of government. When we talk about 3 spheres of government, it's national, provincial, and local. Local means district, metro, and local government. I think that's my local municipality. That's my understanding. We did engage about the same point last week. Unfortunately, maybe Honorable Ryder was not on the platform then. Thank you.
Oh, he was, I think. Okay, but what then is National Treasury's response?
Chair, Your Honourable Maslango, I think, answered the question, but we can only refer to a municipality and remove local and district municipality.
So who decides which municipality? See, with metros, it's straightforward. They're an entity on their own, right? But local and districts, that's 2 not spheres, what's the word? 2 tiers. I don't know, 2 tiers. It's a 2-tier system, district and local. Who decides whether it's local or district?
It would be the accounting officer when deciding on.
Is that clear?
I do think so, Chair. We can, when we go to Chapter 4, we can, because the procuring institution must, in their policy, deal with all the set-asides, pre-qualification. And then they can say either,
All right, look, can I make a suggestion, right? Clearly, I think he's right. We did suggest that, right? She's right. But on reflection now, I think we should review that. You see, as far as possible, as I know, legislative drafting, unless the approach has changed. Frank, you're going to help us, right? We seek to use the words in the Constitution. And the Constitution speaks of 3 types of, that's not the word they use, 3 types of municipalities, right? So I think it's safer just to use the words in the Constitution. But let's bring Frank in. Frank, this is not a policy matter. This is, Dicolette is right. I think she's right. That's what we actually agreed to. And Dennis is right to say, if you're saying district, then why you left the metro out? And I think, you know what? The best way of reconciling those 2 views, just use the words in the Constitution. But, Frank, do you have a view or a way out?
No, Chair, you're correct. Best is to use the words in the Constitution unless we have a different area in mind that's not covered by that. So I agree with you. That is how we draft legislation. We must just look at the use of that word in the context of the legislation, whether that is justified, Chairperson. So that's what we must also keep in mind. Where is that word used in Chapter 4? I think it's referred to by Advocate van Square.
All right, fine. Okay, so we're going towards the approach of using Dennis, you're over-arguing now. I think we agree, right? Let's use the words of the Constitution. Unless, as Frank said, there's that qualification that he raises. Next point, please.
Okay, Chair, I think we'll have to be, because the Constitution just refers to category A, B, and C municipalities. It doesn't say local, district, etc. But we can deal with that when we get to chapter 4. The next change, I don't think there's anything else in the definitions. Oh, sorry, except for, yeah, under publish, the proposal to include official before website. And then this is the provision that I'm proposing that we move it to the end of the bill. The requirement that these decisions, etc., must be in writing. Then, under the object clause, there was a debate about the formulation of
MP?
paragraph.
MP?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
No,
Sorry,
no.
Chair.
Yeah, I can hear you, yeah. As you know, we're in charge, Parliament, not you, not your minister, right? So we are proposing that when you come to the thing about official website, put in brackets when you come to the end of that, Dennis Ryder clause, okay? So we acknowledge him. And then when he goes to court, we'll say, oh, look at this guy.
I'll sleep better tonight. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, we'll
Can
call
we
it,
put a footnote in?
we'll call it the Ryder clause. Okay. Okay, right. MP, will you do that, please?
Yes, I will. If I may,
And
can I put it in a
red,
footnote?
Okay? No footnote, right there. Put it in red, okay? Oh, red he won't like, okay? So put it in blue. Okay, right, let's go on.
Okay, the next is in the objects clause. There was a discussion in the committee about the formulation of 2G. Now what we're proposing that it reads as follows: promote innovation, sustainable development, and the environmental rights in section 24 of the Constitution. And Chair, if I may, as you put it in one of the meetings, I think it's beautifully written in the Constitution because it covers, I think, everything related to the
Yeah, you don't have to
environment.
explain. Very elegant. Yeah, anybody got an issue with this? Yeah,
Yeah,
yes,
Chair,
go ahead.
I was going to get ready, or I was ready to acknowledge this change already before you just blew my cover and put the rider clause. So whoever came up with this, I think perhaps this is going to be the van Square clause, because I think that whoever came up with it really, it's a good job. Well done.
Yeah, but in fairness, we have to acknowledge everybody, right? Even Fani somewhere. So, right, okay, members, you can look out for which is your clause, okay? We'll put it in, and we'll ensure all of you are reflected. Mr. Grace, that's my wacky sense of humor, okay? So I'm not obviously proposing that seriously. You don't know me personally or my style, but they are fed up of Mr. Grace. They're just looking forward to the 29th of May so that I can exit. But I'll haunt them from civil society. They don't know that. Okay. Including my buddy, Jikaledi. So anyway, let's carry on. Where are we now, MP?
Sorry, I just scrolled further to where the next green is, which is not yet. Although I must note, sorry, I apologize, I didn't put it in green. We put in now earlier in 5 that the instructions by the Public Procurement Office must be by notice in the Gazette. So we're proposing that the instructions for the provinces should be also in the Provincial Gazette.
The Provincial Gazette, yeah. Any
Yeah,
issues with that?
which I didn't highlight. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's fine. I'm going to read the bill again once you give us the final one, and I'm sure others will pick it up for Tuesday. But please remember the ones that are parked. Okay, look, Esther doesn't want to speak in these meetings. I don't know why. So Esther, please just WhatsApp me. I'd rather you SMS me because they're purpose. If there's anything we've left out, because we asked you to note the parking clauses, meaning that things that Dennis said he'll come back. Dennis, you know the clauses you wanted to come back on, right?
Sorry, I didn't hear that clearly. I don't want to do what?
You see, there were about 3 or 4 clauses that we said we would park for now, mostly because you said you would like to think the issue through, right? So if you're not ready to do it today, can you send us in writing by this evening? So if we meet tomorrow Well, if you're not here, we'll do it on Tuesday morning. But it's better we just get it, right? So what I'm saying is you know best which clauses you wanted reviewed. It's about 3, I think. MP, did you note them? I also asked you to do
Yes,
that.
I think the next one was clause
You will
14.
remind us.
Yes.
No, when we get there. When we get there. You carry on.
Yes. The next one was this deletion of the word other, because official is defined to include employees of all procuring institutions.
Okay. Go ahead, please. Somebody will stop you if they feel they have an issue. Yeah, 14, Dennis, 14.2D, I think, or is it 2C? I got R, review. That was the one. We'll come to you then. Yeah, here it is. She's right there.
Yes, Klaus, this one, maybe it's not a minor issue. You raised the issue about the his or her. The state law advisors indicated that there is approach now to use they and their, but we in the bill, we very few places use his or her or him or her. So I managed actually to remove it, so it's just neutral. Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I found 3 more, I think, or 2 more, and we haven't come to 2 of them. But I've ringed it. Okay, fine if you've done it, but I'll also check. Yeah, I can do it offline instead of holding up the meeting. Okay, because I've now got 3 versions of the bill here, and my notes are spread across all 3, but they're fairly consistent. Okay, can we go on?
Because, Chair, this is the clause that Honourable Ryder raised in relation to where direction is given to a person to do something illegal, and then what should happen. And I think he raised the, sorry, I don't want to speak for him, but I understand he raised the issue about that you should try and resolve this on, on a maybe a lower level, to put it like that. Because what we have currently is that the person that's been subject to this could raise this with the supervisor or line manager. And then in 3, we have a provision that if the line manager doesn't do anything, the line manager is supposed to investigate. Then the Public Procurement Office or the 11th Provincial Treasury must investigate the matter. So I think he raised an issue with that. So I'm going to leave it there.
Yeah, so Chair, the comment there was just, what happens if the line manager takes if there's an obvious process and the person takes the obvious correcting action or corrective action, will there still need to be an investigation? Again, I guess this also deals with the later chapter where we deal with disputes, etc. But look, I do think that the PFMA, and I did some reading on the PFMA subsequent to it, and it actually lays out a number of processes. So I think the PFMA covers it, and I do believe that what we have here is probably sufficient. I wouldn't want an investigation to be initiated in every instance, but the PFMA details what actions should take. I think it's in chapter 5 or 7. I can't recall. I did the reading yesterday morning, but yeah, I'm largely addressed, Chair.
Thank you. Can we move on, please?
Sorry, Chair, I'm just trying to move quickly to the next one, which I think is the next would be chapter 7.
No, you don't have to move too quickly.
Sorry,
but if I'm too sort of fast for you, it's your job. You have to answer to Parliament. So tell me, hey, cool off, Eunice. I'm fine with that. But I just think we've done these things 500 times to exaggerate. And, I'm also, because I'm reading so much these days, I'm jumping ahead because I can't see what the issues are. But maybe somebody else can pick up an issue. So don't rush. You do tend, MP, for all your strengths, and you tend to slightly over-explain. That's the only issue. So that's when I interrupt and say, okay, my friend, can we move on? And if anybody's unhappy, they will say, no, Chair, hold on. Okay? That's the way it works. And how long you been engaging with me? 9,000 years, right? So you know.
For a while. Chair, on chapter 4, there not been many amendments, but there was obviously a lot of questions. So there was one amendment which relates to, but I know I must go there first because it's just a matter of repeating a clause that we had in 18. We also included in 17 and in 19, but there was a specific question about it from Honorable Ryder, and it's this clause that's in green now, also in 17. And I trust my colleagues on the policy side will come in now to do an explanation again of how 17, 18 and 19 will operate, and then also particularly this paragraph in green and what it aims to do in all these provisions if accepted by the committee.
Responses?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to, with your permission, invite one of our colleagues here to come in. Leander Peterson to just come in, and then
Yeah,
I
of course,
can also augment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Yeah, you don't need my permission. Of course, she can come in when you seek her assistance, right? Can we move on, Leanne, please?
Thank you, Chair. So I think maybe just with your permission, Chair, if I may just quickly to contextualize the workings of Chapter 4, and maybe sort of as a preface to first explaining our set-asides and pre-qualification, etc., we can just maybe say that firstly, Chapter 4, or the provisions in Chapter 4, are meant to be implemented in a staggered manner. So especially if we look at even the definition of transformation and so on as crafted at SCOF. So it seeks to achieve the, redressing the unfair discrimination, achieving representation, etc., and achieving a socioeconomic objectives. So the set-aside provisions in Clause 17 are meant to do just that, to achieve that representation of the economically active population by providing an entry point to the economic activities within the public sector, who's regarded as the biggest spender. So 17, you'll see then, is meant to operate, as we said previously, within a threshold. So I don't necessarily want to give examples lest we, lest we sort of hold ourselves to that. But essentially, Chair, maybe for the purposes of clarifying the discussion, if we sort of say thresholds are meant to operate within a bracket of from petty cash up until, say, 5 million or 10 million for that matter, which is aligned with the EME threshold. Let's say, that happens. So that means if an institution is going to procure furniture to the value of, say, 7 million, that means that is within the threshold for set-asides. And then they will look at those persons or categories of persons that are listed in that chapter. But it might happen that within that, there is nobody at that particular, within that designated group who can supply, who's operating in that space. As you've said, Chair, we always talk about market conditions, supplier conditions, etc. So if there's nobody within that category, within that threshold, that is when they can then move on to Clause 18, because Clause 18 provides then for you can then subcontract to those persons. So it's still within that threshold, but if there's nobody available, that can then take place in that context. They can then say, okay, whilst we can't directly ring fence for persons, Black persons, for example, with disabilities, we can subcontract to Black persons, because or we can then use the provision relating to where we say we can then look at suppliers who have bought from Black persons previously in terms of the scorecard, and we can then pre-qualify on that basis. So that's 17. And then 18 is then where it operates within a higher threshold. So once we then move on, let's say we then go on to, say, whatever the threshold might be, and it hasn't been decided as yet, Chair, obviously, because that comes into the regulations. But then we go on to 18. And then 18 is where we then look at how do we pre-qualify. Now, this is the difference between pre-qualifying and set-aside, is that pre-qualifying is not ring fencing to persons who have been disadvantaged. What it is doing is saying, if I or let's, if we can use MP as an example, if MP has a company, so MP, or maybe, one of the honorable members has a company and they want to then provide services to government, but they are not previously disadvantaged. They fall under the group of, let's say white persons, and then they can then subcontract to a black company that's owned by black persons with disabilities. So that's the subcontracting provision. So that's where the pre-qualification comes in. So with pre-qualification, it's almost at a two-pronged approach. We're giving preference to persons like Mr. Swanepoel, who wants to do business with government, and he also wants to partner with government to help in the transformation agenda. So by doing that, he's willing to subcontract to persons who have been previously disadvantaged. So there's preference there, but then there's also preference to the actual people who are being subcontracted to, because they are not being directly protected, but they are being preferred by virtue of being subcontracted to. And then, so that operates within a higher threshold than set-asides. And then clause 19 is then operating at the larger threshold, because that is sort of that's your high value contracts, where your previously disadvantaged persons might not be ready at that stage to participate on their own. And this is sort of saying, well, look, given that is the case, let us ensure that there's participation and exposure of small businesses to these high value and complex bids and tenders. So in a nutshell, Chair, the staggering approach to these provisions can simply be stated that set-aside provisions is for lower value contracts, the pre-qualification for medium value contracts, subcontracting as a condition of bid for high value contracts. And this is why it's typically then it could be awarded to previously advantaged persons. And sometimes even then, because remember in the tender process, in not all instances are foreign-owned companies excluded. So the nature of what we're procuring might be a service that is even provided by persons outside the country. But in this way, they are then forced to also, unless it's not feasible, to then subcontract to those groups that need empowering. And then also there's the transparency provisions even here, where, if institutions are not able to apply the provisions, there's a requirement that they need to report. And then also there's even then the provision for the minister to periodically even review the targets that are prescribed for these set-aside provisions. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Leanne, that's an excellent, very simple, very clear. I wish the stakeholders were here to hear that. Willie and MP has also explained this repeatedly, but it's nice to hear somebody else say it, and you've said it marvelously, right? Whether we agree or disagree, we can't say we don't understand it now after the number of hours we've spent here. And I like you said this before, your colleagues, the staggered approach, but you put it very nicely and clearly. I wish I'd recorded you. Then what I would have done is, if people harass me after this poll gets processed, say, hey, listen to this recording and then come back to me. So having said that, Willie now wants to know, not Willie, Dennis wants to know about the thresholds. They'll be determined in prescription, right?
Yes, Chair, by regulation, yes.
Yeah, I don't know why you're asking it, Dennis, in this late. You're the man who's read so much. I don't know what's going on there. Maybe it's old age, but you're entitled to be senile. Fine, let's go on.
Chair, I think that was one of the concerns that came through in the provincial submissions. Is that no one knew when which one was triggered, and the three are so easily mixed up. I do think that the regulations are going to have to be abundantly clear. I do appreciate the explanation. It's far more clear to me now than it was 2 days ago. But yeah, I think that there's going to have to be a lot of work done on this in terms of ensuring that the provinces understand how it's to be implemented as well. Thank you, Chair.
No, I agree with him. Hey? I mean, though it's a marvelous explanation. I mean, I knew it. But, you know, even I, who's read this bill 3.5 times, you know, you helped me a lot as well, Leanne, as I'm sure you helped the newer members. It's a marvelous explanation. Now, you know, I think we have to then turn over to those who want to raise issues, preferably not repetitive, and we must agree to disagree. So we just note your views. But there may be other things about clauses here that even if you don't agree with it, you think it's not clear enough. Okay, so let's move on. Who wants to raise what about anything in chapter 4?
Honorable Chair.
Yep, come in, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. You asked us not to be repetitive, but I need to lift it out or highlight it here. This triple BE clause, or the way that it is applied, and the fact that it forms part of the bill, we do not agree with that. Please just note it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, no. As I said, you can put a paragraph in the report even if you want. Frank, once again, right? Am I right to say there's no such thing as a minority report? But in our reports, nothing stops us from saying the DA had the following and summarize it, right? I mean, you know, say the DA has the following reasons for opposing. The key reasons for opposing this bill are the following. And then, you know, usually I just edit a bit when I have to. Otherwise, we use their words. The same will apply to anybody else. Am I correct?
You're correct, Chair. That's exactly correct.
Yeah, I have to keep engaging with my colleagues, right? Comrades, because they don't agree with that. They say there's no such thing. And I have to keep saying, well, consult the legal services unit. So when the new MPs come in, can you brief them, please? You know, if you legal services, you brief them that that is the right in a multi-party democracy. Freddie raised it to us in 1998. She says there's no such thing as minority report. We put minority, not me, other chairs. She said, just note what they're saying and so on. So, really, I mean, funny. You're free to write, you know, a quarter page or whatever you want to write. Okay, next. Who wants to raise what about chapter 4? Okay, while people are thinking, I just want to ask something here. If you look at, well, page 16 as it now is, if you look at pre-qualification criteria, right, and you go to 18 sub 3, procuring institutions must conduct market research. That's how it reads. Is that right? Procuring institute, or is it now? What is it? It's a new number probably. The clause that says procuring institutions must conduct market research. Which one is that? There it is, must conduct market research, right? And then you got 1A to EB. What's EB now there in the second to last line? Is it meant to be E or B? Do you see?
It's A and B, subsection 1, A and B, which are the two categories, Chair. That's
so
now in
you
18.
should read. Yeah, so it should be 1A to what, B?
Well, we can just say
yeah,
A and B, maybe, not 2B.
That's exactly what. Why would you say A to B? And,
Yes,
and
no,
the E has to come off, right? Okay. So that's a minor thing.
Yes,
right?
yes, sure, Chair.
Okay. Then what else? We remove complementary goals there. Public participation, capacity. These are more issues that I must raise with Esther. But there is something I forgot, right? In chapter 3, if you go to the clause that deals with debarments, right? And then you go to debarment sub 2, it's 15 at the moment in the text I've got. 15 sub 2 says a notice must. You got that the notice must. Yeah, there it is, indicate the reason for the intended debarment, right? And B, sub B, invite the affected person to provide reasons why he or she, so that must come off, obviously, right? It's they, must not be debarred. But you don't say what's the time within which they must do it. Further down, if I recall correctly, you do have a time. So you're giving them 10 days or what? Shouldn't you have a time there? Otherwise, the person can come 6 months later and say, look, I'm entitled. must not be debarred. The person must be given a number of days to oppose debarment. That's what I'm saying. Isn't that correct?
Yes, Chair. Now we'll correct that. We'll make a proposal.
What's your proposal going to be? 10 days? You got 10 days elsewhere somewhere, I think.
Yeah, I think 10 days would be reasonable period.
Okay, we're agreeing on that 10 days. Yeah, okay, good. Then we come back to chapter 4. I think nobody wants to raise anything, but obviously they have up to Tuesday. So can we go to chapter 5, please? Now we are starting anew, right? Right, let's go on from chapter 5. You're going to take us through it, right? Line by line. Yeah.
Yes, Chairperson. Yeah, this chapter is dealing with general procurement requirements. And clause 24 is the provision that requires the minister to prescribe a framework within which procuring institutions must develop and implement their procuring systems, which is already referenced in clause 8 of the bill. And then this it requires that it must include the following: a strategic approach to procurement in other countries, infrastructure, and so on, and also for the disposal, letting of assets, and also to promote innovation.
Hang on. Yeah,
sorry.
we don't need to go through all of that, really.
Okay.
We've covered it, but if you can do it quickly, right? I mean, you can just ask members. If that's okay with members, because like we've been through this so many times, but I want to ask something here. Why have you still got strategic approach? I thought you want to drop it.
I
We don't
think
know what
it was a
really.
matter for discussion, my understanding, Chair, and I think Willie will our Willie will come in on this point on the use of that
What we
term,
said, if I recall correctly, is that if you want to use the term, shouldn't you explain it in the interpretations or definitions? Yeah. Quickly, Willie, why are you holding on to this strategic approach? I thought you agreed.
Yeah, no, Chair. I think
that,
yeah, thanks, Chair. I think the discussion was, of course, what you've just indicated, that if this particular terminology could be defined, that's the discussion that we had, Chair.
Decision we took. Yeah.
Yes.
So you're going to provide a definition there.
And look at the definition there. Thank you very much.
Yeah, okay. Please note that, Esther. Esther, maybe what you could do the day before we meet again tonight, just give me the ones that we parked off in this phase, right? So, right. Can we move on, please? MP?
Chair, yes, then, okay, then it's the other elements of what should be in the minister must prescribe. Importantly, the types of procurement methods, because it is raising many submissions. So that will be in the regulations, and then also the procedures for each of these methods. And then the clause that we discuss in the context of chapter 4 is this
before you
1D.
go there, let's remain here. Right. Now, we said, because the National Assembly Committee removed this, right? Reference to price, because correctly they were concerned about, this being used endlessly to preclude emerging African entrepreneurs from entering the space. We said, can you do it in a way that avoids the problem, but ensures that that is taken account? What you got is very nice here. So you say functionality, capability, and technical requirements, right? But now, this may be too extreme, because how are you going to ensure that this doesn't allow for repetition of what's been happening, unfortunately, for a long part of the problem?
Chair, can I ask my colleagues to come in again?
Okay. Willie, Leanne, whoever wants to come in, when?
Yeah. Chair, I know that the Chair raised this issue in previous discussions around the preventative measures. Because, if you look at the clause 61, that deals with offenses, there was a concern that probably to deal with what is currently happening and to make sure that it doesn't recur going forward, we do need in the regulations, of course, Chair, that to prescribed by the minister to outline how these anomalies and infractions are going to be prevented going forward. So we'll come up with a detailed proposal in the regulations, Chair. Thank you.
Anybody else want to say anything? Okay,
Chair,
but
yeah, look, so I think the word may is quite important in this particular clause, but I do also think that based on our discussions when we were dealing with this clause initially, I think it's a good compromise that's been achieved in you know, from the first proposal to the counter proposal to where we are now. I think good progress, and yeah, I think the clause is appropriate as it stands.
Okay, can I ask then? You see, you're saying the criteria for evaluation, which may include, right, where applicable. Okay, you're qualifying it, but it's not limited to. You're qualifying it further. So you're saying where applicable and not limited to. You see, you can't put this in law like that, right? But can you say, and may, yes, I see you did it. Can you see, I think the SCOF committee is going to have an issue with this, right? Or maybe they won't. Now, what we want is a relative seamless transition of this bill there and avoiding endless, mediation and all that. So, ideally one should say it's clumsy. You can't put it in legalese, right? To say the criteria is not limited. And now in ordinary English, I would have said you can't put it. And the minister has to prescribe to ensure that these criteria are not used to preclude the emergence of new entrepreneurs. Must prescribe to ensure it actually happens. If you're saying it's going to be dealt with in prescription, why can't you make a cross-reference here? What is your view, Treasury?
I think, Chair, we agree because this has been the subject of discussion at SCOF. To say some of these issues are used as barriers, so gatekeeping in a sense, to entry. And there definitely needs to be a balance of to make sure that at the same time we provide for it here, but on the other hand, we guard against it being used as a barrier, especially for new entrants. And it's a problem because we've always been on record that we want to open up the state procurement to everybody that would want to do, and there should be no impediments in terms of the barriers and so on. I think we agree with you. We just need to see how do we.
Right, then why can't we say, why can't we say, look, I'm not a legal drafter. After technical amendments, comma, as prescribed by the minister in section whatever. Couldn't you say that, MP, you're the legal drafter?
Yes, Chair, can we just work on exact wording? And I also think...
It can be done. It can be done. Let's do it, right? Because what we don't want, right, is to have endless debates with SCOF. Obviously, they applied their mind. They took that decision. But COSATU itself, which we agreed with that, has since come back, even I think in the public domain, to say they want price back. The SACTU guy, who was Matthew's colleague, said that, right? And I think we should just add as prescribed, whatever. Yeah. So, okay, good. Right. Let's move on.
Chair, if I can just interject. So, cost effectiveness is a very specific phrase, and it comes from the Constitution. Cost effective is not the same as price. So if you adjudicate something purely on price, that might be seen as a barrier. there's been general agreement across, and the argument has been strongly put forward that in certain instances there will be a premium, and that premium will be applied in order to ensure that there's broader economic empowerment. And I think there's been largely agreement that this is the case, but you can still have something that's cost effective if you take into account that one of your strategic approaches, and getting back to that line from above, one of your strategies is to ensure that there is a degree of broadening of your market, so empowerment. So, but you also don't want it to be, not taken into account at all. So you can't have economic empowerment at all costs. It can't be at all costs. There must be a limit, because the benefits to the end receivers, the people, need to also be taken into account. The benefits to the taxpayers also need to be taken into account. So there's no issue around we want the lowest price. But where we are building a premium in, it must still be a reasonable premium. And I think that's the issue. And of course, the reasonable premium is for people to decide as they go along. That's for the minister or the procuring institutions to determine what they consider, or the bid committee to determine what they feel is an appropriate premium. But I think you can't throw cost effectiveness out entirely. There was an attempt to do that, I think, by putting it in with the understanding it's not the same as simply price. So value for money is not only in terms of what you're getting out of it, or cost effectiveness, I beg your pardon, is not only what you're getting out of it in terms of material things, but if you are spending money on empowerment, that can also be constructive as long as it is reasonable, the amount that you're putting there. So Chair, I'm very happy with the clause as it stands. It's a compromise, Chair. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, okay, we hear you. It's helpful what you're saying, and not disagreeing with you. But you see, it says here which may include, where applicable. That qualifies it, right? And not limited to. But what I'm saying is, you see, if we were in the SCOF and you said what you said, I would have said, okay, there's no need to put as prescribed. But remember, we want the amendments to be accepted by SCOF. And given, you see, you can't look only at the technical amendment and the policy in abstract. We also have to think that this is the one that's most contentious about changes, because this is the one they were quite decisive about, from what I can gather, and said, nope, we're not going to agree to it. Now, I'm saying, for political reasons and the need to get agreement with our colleagues, we should do that. I see what you're saying, and I'm saying it's also our responsibility to also to compromise. You can't just have a trade-off between ourselves here. It's a 76 bill. We also have a trade-off with another committee. And so it is that I'm saying it doesn't undermine your acceptance of this, because in any case you can prescribe, but for political reasons, it's acceptable, National Treasury says, as prescribed by the minister. But it doesn't undermine that, right? It's necessary for that. So unless the majority disagree, and you've got to come in now, is anybody got a problem with the additional words that I've suggested an MP said is doable? Apart from Dennis, obviously, and probably Fani. Anybody else? Nobody. So I think we should go ahead, right? And then we can come back and mull over it and see. Can we move on, please?
Okay, Chair. So the next clause is the requirement in 2 that the minister must prescribe and exceed the thresholds, because that's something that will have to be adjusted more regularly than the regulations.
Yeah.
And also, yeah. And then the system that's referred to in subsection 1, 24.3 contains the different elements of that system, procurement policy and all the matters listed there. The one that during the engagements with the stakeholders, that is one of the proposed amendments that we made, is that asset management be removed from the list. There was proposals to remove contract management, but our view is it should be retained. It's got a critical element of your procurement process. Then 4 is the procurement office that needs to determine standard bid documents. And then there's a standard requirement that they may only quote in South African currency. And then in 6, there's a requirement for the procurement office to create and maintain a database of prospective suppliers, which is the current central supplier database.
Anybody got any issues on this clause? 25, any issue there? No. Okay. 26.
Chair, it's Ron Grace.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I've got space here, Chair, but on the contract management issue, we were given the assurance during the consultation process by National Treasury that this would be changed to be a requirement of the institution of the procurement entity, not of the procurement system. And we were happy with that. We were given the assurance, and it's almost as if, I have to be careful about my language here, but they are going back on that assurance given to us during that process. And we do feel strongly that the moment you include a role within procurement that procurement officials are not trained in, that you will end up weakening, not strengthening the procurement system. And we emphasize, we do believe it's good to legislate contract management, but don't put it under procurement. We're happy that it becomes part of this act, but as a role of the institution, not of the procurement system. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, firstly, as I've repeatedly explained, Ron, the bill is in Parliament. Whatever Treasury said to you or didn't say to you, ultimately it's our decision. As we've repeatedly said to civil society stakeholders, go to NEDLAC and sort this out. But remember, the two of you, National Treasury and stakeholders, you all can agree. But ultimately, constitutionally, you cannot decide the legislation. As you know, Mr. Grace, you can't, civil society stakeholders and Treasury. Parliament and only Parliament can decide via a committee and the vote in the House. So the fact that you all agreed, we'd like you to come here with a consensual thing, but we would have still said no if we didn't want to take that. But Willie, since it's been raised, can you give a pithy 1-minute reply, because we have covered this issue in the public hearings. And we went through both the documents, Mr. Grace, that National Treasury gave us as a report on the 8th to 10th of April, and we went through your submissions on the grid that they originally did in response to your public hearing submission, and then we met 2 or 3 days later. Okay, Willie, a quick reply to Mr. Grace.
Yeah, Chair, no, agree. It has to be retained, and then the institution will then decide where does it place contract management. That has been, it may not necessarily be within procurement, but the institution must have a contract management, and then it has to decide where it places it. So that's the final decision with the committee. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. Why did you agree with them in the first place?
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Let you can talk, Advocate.
Chair, it relates to a subsequent clause where we actually indicate where the function, what should the procurement function consist of. And we're proposing that clause be removed, and we're still getting to that clause. So an institution can itself decide, where it, as Willie explained.
Yeah, no, I get it. Yeah. Okay. All right, can we move on, please?
The next clause is is the use of where organ of state use another organ of state to perform services, and we used examples of the CSIR, and there are many of them, that should be regulated, and
yeah, I don't see anything there, colleagues. I mean, it's straightforward. You know, some of these clauses are like standard clauses that appear in 1,000 different bills in those words. You will see when we get later down. I mean, what are we going to change here, right? Okay, can we move on? Unless somebody wants to come back by Tuesday, but for now, it's okay. And if you want to come back in now, that's even better. So we save a lot of trouble on Tuesday. Measures to prevent abuse of procurement system.
This is a list of actions that the procuring institution must take to prevent abuse. And to indicate that it's a combination of what you would find in under the PFMA and under the MFMA, specifically under the SCM regulations in the MFMA that we included. There's one additional one that we proposed, which if I recall correctly, came from the stakeholders, that we also require that that they must verify that the bidder is not an affected person that appears in the debarment register. So that's the addition we are proposing.
Okay, anything there, colleagues? Nope. All right.
Then this is the provision that we just referred to, because it basically
You're jumping over.
Sorry, Chair.
I want to ask them. Can you go back, please?
Oh, sorry.
Right. Is there anything else you want to raise? Yeah. If a provision of a contract concluded by a procuring institution and the contrary to, obviously, yeah, that's straightforward. But in anything above that, people want to raise any of the sub clauses? Yeah. I couldn't see anything really, but maybe the colleagues will pick up. Nothing. Okay. Establishment of procurement functions. You remove this, right? So,
yeah, because that's basically so that the institution can decide where functions must be performed. That's part of the procurement system. It doesn't have to be in the supply chain management unit, for example.
Okay.
Then the bid committee system is a requirement that a minister must prescribe the system for procuring institutions. And then this is one of the proposals made by that we discussed with stakeholders that I think it also came up in meetings. I don't know when now, last week in the meeting.
No, we also agreed with that independently.
Yeah, about the technical.
We agree with that. We would have said that anyway, and I think we did. Can we move on?
And then the three.
I mean, sub 3 is straightforward. No, sub 3 is straightforward, colleagues. It's nothing there. Okay, 30. But remember, you can intervene, please. If I don't see things and then you see them, of course, I'm just human. I may miss things and I do miss things. Okay, let's go on. Part 2, use of technology in procurement. Is that where we are?
Yeah, this is the requirement. Yeah, it's it deals with information. It's still in this. It's part 2 of that chapter 5, dealing with the use of technology. And this is a requirement for the procurement office to develop a ICT system. So it's a tool for institutions to implement the procurement system. And in 2, a requirement to conduct due diligence for setting up the system. And then will develop over time, and what it should contain is listed in A to F. And in paragraph C, we're proposing an amendment to align it to what's in clause 24 of the bill that deals with the procurement system. And then there's also a proposal from, it's also one of the stakeholders, that we talk about electronic marketplace.
Yeah. Very good. And then a suitable hosting option for government. Yeah, colleagues here, anybody wants to raise anything? Right, let's move on to the next one.
This is pending the building of the system. We say institutions must start using the components, and then in 2, also that they must even currently try and use ICT as far as possible to facilitate procurement. And then the requirements for that will be done through by notice by the procurement office. It's put separately as a proposal.
Yeah, this is the BEE clause that we fully supported, right? We've covered this
Yeah.
several times. Can we move on?
Yeah.
You publish a notice in the Gazette, yeah, where the determination
on-
and decisions are fixed. Yeah, good.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, colleagues,
Oh,
we're not
sorry.
going to agree, right? But I mean, we've covered this ground, colleagues, really. We'll just agree that we're not going to agree. Okay, next one, please. Access to procurement processes.
Okay, this is the
I
one
mean,
of
this
the
is so straightforward, yeah, but take us through quickly. But I mean, I can't see anything here. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's a clause that allows for the public, civil society, and the media to have access to procurement processes. So, for instance, when you have a bid meetings and so on.
Yeah.
But one concern that was raised, and that's even before we reached Parliament, is that some people they feel intimidated if people sit there. So there may be circumstances where you have to prohibit people from attending, and then maybe also that you allow that it only be open for certain categories of procurement, because obviously some smaller ones.
Give some examples. Give some examples.
Yeah, well, my colleagues may also help, but maybe if it's a big contract for appointing a new provider for social grants, that should be open. But if you want to a bid committee for a small tender to appoint a new service provider for providing legal online services to a department, like we procure services of, a database that have statutes. Then we don't think that should set up it would probably be linked to maybe the volume or the value of the tender. So, but maybe my colleagues can add.
No, I think Chair is correct. There would be some kind of key indicators of that would be prescribed on which tenders the public may have access to, just to watch and see the procurement process and so on. And then the advocate is correct that it could be on those large mega projects, but for now of course we have to see how those indicators will pan out. But the key here is at least the public will have an opportunity now, based on what the measures to be prescribed, to also have access to the procurement processes. Thank you, Chair.
Any issues here, colleagues? No?
Yeah, Chair. Sorry, it is sometimes the smaller ones that need to be more open, because, as I said, in terms of upskilling bidders, in terms of understanding the process and how and why they were excluded, and I hear the issue of intimidation, and it's a real thing. But that doesn't mean that something can't be video streamed to a different site. It doesn't mean that a video recording of a meeting can't be used. So I hear some of the counter arguments. I do think it's important when people are exposed to processes. And we see this often in all three spheres of government, where people jump up and down indignantly from an outside perspective, not understanding internal processes. As soon as they are exposed to the internal processes, they begin to understand, and then they work much better with the system and within the system. So I do think that there's a lot of scope here, and certainly we don't need to be bound by sitting everyone in the same room. There's many ways to get around that intimidation issue. I think it is constructive, and it is something that I think we should be applying our minds to more strongly. Again, the minister must prescribe. The minister must prescribe. Far too much left to the minister to decide at a later date, and I mean that criticism has been levied from most stakeholders, if not all. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Treasury.
I think, Chair, the first thing is that it's a requirement, obviously, that the minister must prescribe, so it's not optional. And then secondly, the protective measures, if I can call it that, in 2A, it's again a may, and this will, I know it's the same story, but it will be subject to public consultation, the draft regulations that deals with it, and also the second part about to how categories to which you open it, and also the thresholds for these.
Willie, Leanne, anybody wants to say anything?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. No, it's true. As indicated, Chair, that at least those measures would be prescribed. Because if one recalls, I mean, I think later on somewhere in this bill, we do make reference to issues of national security. So that's why, if you would think about it, that some of the procurements that are involved in those areas, the minister may want to maybe limit access to the public, etc., etc. So, but the key here, Chair, as indicated earlier on, is that at least now, for the first time in a public policy of this nature, do we make at least provision for that which everybody has been complaining about in the country, to say some of these processes are clandestinely, dealt with, and there is no transparency in it. This is one of the attempts to bring about the necessary transparency in our procurement processes, so that the integrity of the process also is somehow solidified. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, so my own view, unless I agree with Dennis, but I also agree with you. So what I think we can do, Dennis, if you are agreeable, Esther, we say that while we welcome the measures to ensure transparency, the committee feels that it doesn't go far enough. Full stop, right? And then if Dennis can just draft a summary of what he just said, we put that in and we'll tweak it as necessary. And that when the second phase of the bill begins, would like a review of this matter and even refer to the clause concerned. So Dennis, that's what I mean, you are right in what you're saying, but they're also right from what I can see. And on the prescription matter, we're all fed up, Willie. Fed up, actually. And even if we had another year, I would have still personally said, I don't know what the others would have said, hey, I agree on the prescription with enormous caution, enormous reservation, because your bill is so many uncertainties, right? And we're not going to cover the ground, and you've got some like safety valve escapes there. All right, for now, Dennis, will you do us a paragraph, even if you cheesed off that you can't do anything here in the bill? Just do us a few lines of what you just said, man. Dennis?
Yeah, got you, Chair. I'm typing already. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. I thought you walked off in a half. Okay. And I haven't even expelled you. So, Mr. Grace, we don't expel members. It's only happened once in 29.5 years in my experience in a committee that I know of. Okay, disclosure of procurement information.
Jay, I just want to complain about the support, committee support that we're receiving. I'm having to make my own coffee and tea and fetch my own snacks. Really not acceptable, Jay. I mean, I realize Dikeledi's been conserving the budget with the Financial Management Committee, Financial Management of Parliament. But really, we got to up our game here, Jay. This is
I agree. Yeah. Well, what I want to tell you is that the financial management of Parliament's funds, right? Dikeledi is the co-chair. They have said they're visiting 3 countries to see how they save money on tea and coffee, isn't it, right, Dikeledi? Because they have no money, but they're going to 3 countries to find out over a 3-week period, starting on, I think it's the 8th of May. So, I think they're doing a very good thing. Okay. Mr. Grace, that was a facetious, silly remark before you think that's really happened. As if anybody's got any time to do anything apart from process urgent bills and take election. What's you saying, Vicky Lady?
I'm
Sorry?
saying thank you for correcting that, because there's no toll. There's never been any toll.
I'm teasing you. I'm only alerting Mr. Grace because the others know. Others know I'm joking. Who's going to go on the eve of an election where? But anyway. But I love this idea of visiting 3 countries so you can learn how to save money on tea and coffee. Anyway, right. Okay, colleagues, that was a bit silly, right? Okay. We can't be serious for 7 hours, please. Right. Okay, disclosure of procurement information, MP. Have you walked over half now?
Sorry, Chair.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, so this is the next dealing with disclosure of information, and I didn't want to emphasize too much, but I think it's what Mr. Matabula said earlier. Unlike the PFMA, which have one-liner, there must be a procurement system which meets certain requirements, and then we rely on one regulation provision. This bill, on the contrary, give specific details about what the minister must prescribe. Now and again, in this clause, in 2, it says what it must contain as a minimum. So it's category informations to disclose to enable effective monitoring of procurement, and then important reasons for decisions, and so on. And even if there's no, well, this is not to follow open bidding process and so on, and a general provision about information regarding a bid. And then, yeah, there's a whole list of things, but I think one of the important things that was raised by several stakeholders about was the reference to the Companies Act on beneficial ownership. So when the successful bidder, the details of that, the beneficial ownership of that bidder must be disclosed. And then we have now the correct provision of the Companies Act in the bill. And then a provision this was something that was proposed by one of the stakeholders that it was actually, I think it was SATU that requested the register of, that we keep a register, but as an alternative, we proposed that the bid must provide, again, of the successful bidder about the immediate family member or related person. Of a person that's automatically excluded. So if a family member of I'm just going to use a politician is awarded a bid, then that information must be disclosed. And then there's other information, and then also Roman 6 is also a result of one of the stakeholders. Because there are a lot of bids that are cancelled, and it's not clear why. So that information must be disclosed. And then there's also a requirement as to when the information should be disclosed and how it should be disclosed in paragraph B.
Right. You know, on this thing of cancelled bids, but if you look at the media, it seems to happen far too often. And I really welcome this thing of explaining why that is the case, right? So I think that I like that. In respect of any of the other clauses and sub-clauses in 33, anybody wants to say anything? Nope. Okay. Then we go to 34.
Yeah. Chair, I think this is just find it often in bills a requirement that the procurement office must keep copies of the Act and regulations. But I think in this day it's not really necessary anymore, but maybe especially in relation to B instructions, although those will now be published in the Gazette, and also guidelines and codes of conduct that should be accessible at the offices of the procurement office and also on the website, which I think is probably would be used most in a way that, yeah, it's accessible.
Yeah. Shouldn't you say official website, or doesn't it apply here?
Because we say the website of National Treasury, so I think it's
yeah,
fine.
Okay, so we don't need official, okay? Unless Dennis wants to raise anything there. No. Okay, let's move on.
This is basically, well, I think for enforcement purposes, there's provision for access by these listed institutions in 1A to 8 when they use it for prosecution or auditing, etc., and for investigating matters, that they may, the Procurement Office or Provincial Treasury must make the information available. It's quite similar to the provision in the Financial Intelligence Center Act in terms of how you access the information. And I must make a request, so I'm not going to go into all the detail.
I don't see anything there, colleagues. I mean, it's straightforward, really. It's not atypical at all. Yeah, you added intelligence structures, right?
Yeah, it was a
you put it in
small
a
caps.
capital I.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, fine. That's correct. Okay, colleagues, anything here? No. Can we move on?
Sorry. Then, well, this is provision that requires institutions, Procurement Office, Treasuries, and provincial procuring institutions. We propose that it be added, that they must keep, they can't disclose confidential information except in the circumstances listed in A to D. And then, and also that they must, which is now a general requirement, that they must protect personal information in its possession in accordance with the Protected Disclosures Act. But it obviously doesn't override.
Anything yet, colleagues? It doesn't what?
So it doesn't override any access provision or disclosure provisions that's early in
Yeah. No, of course, yeah. Okay, then chapter 6, dispute resolution.
Okay, the dispute resolution consists of, there's two dispute resolution remedies. The first is reconsideration by the procuring institution itself, and it's only in relation to the award of a bid and not any other disputes. So that's a proposal in the clause 35 deals with that. And then the next step is that if the person or the bidder is not satisfied by the decision of the procuring institution following reconsideration, then they may approach the tribunal. And then, well, lastly, we'll come to that. Obviously, after the tribunal, they're still entitled to go to court because we can't exclude the courts because it would be unconstitutional. And then there's a time frame for submitting a reconsideration application, which is in 35.3. And then what they must do if it's submitted late, and then how quickly they must make their decision is in subclause 6. So it's within the period 30 days, and then we'll indicate in 7 the reasons for the decision to the bidder. Yeah, I think that's, I don't know if I must add anything else on this clause, Chair.
Colleagues, anything here?
So, yeah, Chair, this is step 1, and then there's the tribunal establishment, and one just needs to be careful. And I understand that there are timeframes that have been built into the process, and then there's that stop clause as well that says, wow, yeah, it's a very, very, very long and complex process. So there's a fee that's prescribed, etc. But at what point is a decision final, and how much scope is there to enable unsuccessful bidders to delay and defer and obfuscate and frustrate projects through appeals?
No, as often happens. As often happens. He's right. As often happens. Yeah. Sorry, I shouldn't have interrupted you.
No, that's fine, Chair. I mean, it's right. It's just, when is a decision final? When can a guy who's had a bid, when can he feel happy that he can go and establish site?
By guy, he means they, right? They'll catch up slowly, DA.
A genderless guy, yes, true.
Yes, but why guy? You know, colleagues, I once had a very radical feminist who said to me, even to say W-O-M-E-N, M-E-N is there. So they used to spell woman W-I, listen to this MP, you'll drop off your chair, W-I-M-M-I-N. That was actually in the 70s and 80s. But anyway, there you are. Respond, Treasury, please. There's a good set of questions there.
Chairperson, I think that, sorry, Willie, do you want to come in? Thanks.
Yeah, no, I wanted to come in, Chair, and try to respond to the question by Honorable Ryder. I mean, if you look at the current system and the number of litigation against the government, it takes very long to even for a contractor that is a successful contractor to establish site, because there would be, of course, for various reasons and so on. It takes long, can even take 6 months or even longer than that, depending on how quick the judicial review takes place on cases that are submitted to courts. Now, what we're trying to do here, at least to circumvent that process and shorten it, to say there could be instances, in fact, there are many of them, because I've had experience of this, where the aggrieved losing bidders do not necessarily have to go to court, but where those issues could be resolved speedily by procuring institutions, because it could either be a question of a wrong calculation or a wrong decision made and so on. And therefore, this particular process allows at least the procuring institution and also the aggrieved bidder to have a fair process quicker than you would find in court. That's what we say. And secondly, also in recognition of the fact that it's costly for small businesses to even take cases to court. Some of them don't have funds and so on. And that's the second part. But then the third part is that the turnaround time in terms of service delivery, that's what we're trying to improve. Hence, we're saying at least this intervention through the reconsideration by procuring institution should speed up the process. It looks, when you look at the write-up, what is provided for here, you can think, hey, this is a very long process, going to take time. But I mean, given the timelines within which decisions have to be made and then forwarded, only then do we say if a losing bidder is unhappy with the decision of the procuring institution, can then that decision be taken to either a tribunal? And if not happy, they, of course, there's another step. Nothing prohibits the unsuccessful bidder to approach court for a recourse. So that's what we believe it's going to be tested, but that's what we believe will limit at least the number of court cases against the state. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Can I just raise a question? I think Dennis might want to come back. I don't know. Firstly, if you look at the media and you hear stories, right? I mean, it's really bizarre, actually, the number of challenges there are. But anybody who loses, they think they can go and challenge, right? But you seem to suggest that this process will reduce the prospects of that because it'll go to court as a last resort. I hope you're right. But what's your response to the view that if we are more open and transparent, and I think that's something you need to look at in phase 2 of the bill, and if there's less nepotism and corruption in decision making, people as I'm staring at the screen here, procuring institution, is that spelled correctly? Or what is that? Institution. Yeah, it is spelled correctly, is it? Okay, I don't know why it's underlined in blue, but anyway, people will be less likely to challenge if they had confidence in the system. And we have made terrible decisions that are not explained by any rational criteria. So, don't you think that while everybody runs to the court who loses a bid, whether they have a case or not, some at least are influenced by the fact they don't trust the fairness of the processes that the state decides to make in this context? Well, it's a question to you, basically. You're the policy person. MP can come in, and Leanne.
No, I think you are correct that the trust element is quite critical in these processes. As long as there is no transparency, that's why we're trying to at least emphasize on transparency, emphasize that at least the public may also access certain information, and the public will also be given decisions on why their bids were not awarded and so on. I think that will bring about
I forgot about that. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, tell you what. Sorry, go on.
Yeah.
You're done.
I'm done, Chair. I think that will bring about that confidence, that the trust that we're talking about, because this is all what this is about. It's about a transparent process. People must trust it, and even the people that sit in those committees, as people are saying, I think it's something that we definitely need to look at. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, just one final thing. When you finished with this bill and you're doing an implementation program, you're going to do a good summary of the processes here. Like, the way you've done. I saw a draft, which you're still working on the pension fund bill. It's a very nice document, MP. But because it's in draft stage, I haven't been able to distribute it. But once you've got your graphics put in and all that, please send it to the committees, both on the NA and NCOP side, and we can then distribute it to people, right? And I can also give it to COSATU unions because they're having these series of workshops. There's another one taking place now with this very day, SATU here, but I couldn't go. I sent the other documents to the person who will speak to the trade union at 1 o'clock today. So I think in our report, Esther, we should still say that, we need to have more measures to prevent undue, all everybody's right, challenges for bids. And we think that further review, we should put the same paragraph, review of the transparency provisions, right, to ensure that. Dennis, do you want, the other thing I think in fairness, we will send you to sometimes do our report, right? And then we will give you some space we can't change what, obviously, we don't ask you to change what we think under observations, like we can't do that, that belongs to us. But you can explain a bit more about your position. You can also respond to this because you put it nicely. So you can send us a paragraph too by Saturday afternoon or whatever. Okay. Having said that, Dennis, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, thank you. That's perfect. I'll do that.
So you don't want to say anything now? You're done for now?
Yeah, done for now. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I misunderstood. I thought you were going to say something now. Okay. Next one, please. That's establishment of the tribunal. I couldn't see anything here, but take us through. Maybe members will pick up something.
Yeah, it deals with the what they can deal with. They can review a decision of procurement institution on reconsideration, and then in 1B is a bidder that's debarred or supplier may apply for review by the tribunal, but they don't go through reconsideration process.
Yeah.
Then is the
Subclause 2 is
composition.
straightforward. I mean, it's straightforward.
That's
Yeah, yeah, fine.
yes,
It's very straightforward.
standard.
Colleagues, what's there that we, standard thing, right? All tribunals have this thing. So unless you pick up something after this, can we move on? Unless you pick it up now. Okay, 37 now.
This deals with the composition of the tribunal, and just to
Tribunal,
indicate, the chairperson, we propose it should be a retired judge, and then there must be sufficient numbers of persons with legal experience and then experience in procurement. But the minister may obviously appoint other people that with expertise if required. And just remember that this will be a huge group of people, but they will only be used when there's a panel constituted to hear a particular application. And then it deals with the appointment of the chairperson requiring the concurrence of the Minister of Justice, because it's a retired judge, and then also a deputy chairperson. So those are the composition clause. Sorry.
So, Chair, some of the inputs that came have spoken, and from the provinces, have spoken about perhaps an ombudsman being appointed, and those comments were countered by Treasury saying, look, we've got the tribunal, we don't believe that an ombudsman is necessary. The reality is to convene a body of this size. Now, I'm not sure how often it's envisioned that things are going to be referred to the tribunal, but to convene a body of this size is going to be fairly complex, and to get it to collate, on a regular basis, but more importantly, in fairly, short space of time, so that we don't hold the business of government back based on these disputes, is going to be, I believe, quite messy. Perhaps I'm misunderstanding how often the tribunal will be called upon to adjudicate a matter.
Treasury?
Chairperson, they will, if there's an application, the chairperson must put together a panel, which is dealt with in a later clause. So it's not the entire group that will convene to hear an application. It will as and when, and then it also is laid on a proposed amendment to have panels functioning in provinces as well. So if there's an application of a municipality, then the panel would convene in the municipality to hear the application.
Dennis?
Yeah,
You're fine.
I'm semi-fine, but so
Semi-fine. Yeah.
So it'll be broken up into panels. Does a panel then make a recommendation? Maybe I need to read the rules. I'll read quickly ahead and see exactly how it works from there. I mean, I've read it before, but it's I'm getting old.
Okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, next, please. Close.
These are the qualifications of members, which I think is standard. But also
and
that
the functions of the chairperson, also colleagues, it's the same thing everywhere. It's cut and paste from endless legislation. Disclosure of interest.
Just that they must obviously disclose if they have an interest in a matter and must withdraw from the
Again,
matter.
isn't this a standard thing we have for all sorts of tribunals and so on? MP? This is a standard thing, isn't it?
Yes, Chair, sorry.
Yeah, so this is an endless bills. Can we move on?
Okay.
Term of office.
Yes, it says they will sit for 5 years, or if the minister determines a
there's
shorter
nothing
period.
here, colleagues. I mean, we just made some changes there. Take us to the change. I mean, this is against standard things from endless bills here. Okay, the changes you made, they failed in material ways to discharge there. You haven't made the there. You're going to put in there, right?
Sorry, I've changed it to say discharge responsibilities of the member, so you don't have to say there.
Oh yes, I get it. Yeah, they could be they there, right? So that's fine. No, that's a very clever way of doing it. Yeah.
I picked up a grammatical error in 40. Can we just scroll up, because I've got the other version of the book.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is it clause 40? Remember, the clauses don't coincide.
The error's been
Numbers.
corrected. corrected. The error has been corrected between emailing last night and this morning. Fine. Thank you.
Okay, fine. Next, please.
Okay, this is the term of office. Which we
Yeah,
dealt
this is
with.
standard. Dennis and others. What's here? There's nothing really, right? And then you go to finances of tribunal. Is that it? Next one. Yeah.
Yes. Which we admit we didn't indicate that in the memo, which we've now added. Then resources, well, they can ask for people to be seconded, appoint additional people, and so on, for their functioning.
Yeah, there's nothing there, colleagues. If you come back to us by Tuesday, of course, we'll make changes that are necessary. Conduct of persons, I mean, that's standard, but you've
Yeah,
changed
people
something
can't.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, this is to get rid of the. Sorry, sounds doesn't sound good to say get rid of.
Yeah, it doesn't sound good.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Sorry.
sure, Dennis. Yeah,
what is
Dennis,
the purpose behind 44? It's intriguing to me, and I really don't understand why this would need to be said.
Well, it's basically abuse of office by a tribunal member. That someone sits on a panel and undermine the work of the panel.
I thought you'll fully support this, Dennis. What are you seeing that we don't see?
No, I was just intrigued that something like this would actually need to be said. You may not use your office to undermine your own office. Like, that's bizarre, but no,
yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous, but you know, get real, right? As you keep telling us. Okay, panels of the tribunal. It's sad, actually. He's right. Sad that we have to put this. Don't be naughty. That's what we really say.
Well, legislate for the worst case scenario.
Yeah. I would have just put don't be naughty, please.
Sorry, I see my mouse.
It's a more powerful clause. Panels of tribunal.
Okay, this is the clause that I referred to earlier, is that the chairperson will constitute a panel for each application. Okay, it's whether it's a review application of a bid decision or a debarment decision. And then a proposal was, and this was, I think, raised by several stakeholders, that they want a provincial presence of, sorry, I don't know how to put it better. So this is how we propose to word it. Now, we refer back to the application clause because it's easier, because 1, A, B, and D deals with national and constitutional institutions as well as public entities on a national and provincial level, while 31C deals with the provinces. And I'm actually thinking maybe there's an error here. We may have to correct it to refer to in all institutions. I don't know if the 31C alone will work. But if it's a provincial department or public entity or municipality, then there must be a panel constituted for that purpose that could sit in a province or in a municipality.
Okay, can you review that 31C then, please?
Yeah, I think there's a problem there.
Yeah, I'm not taking that off. Okay.
Yeah, and then I think just to answer Honorable Ryder's question is that the panel will make the decision. So it's not that they make recommendation to the tribunal. They represent the tribunal when they hear the application.
Anyone coming here? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, it's just the membership of the panels then also set out. It must include at least the lawyer and...
Yeah, I hope you got all the cross-referencing right, yeah. Because I didn't check the cross-referencing, but tribunal rules?
Yes, this is, yeah, I think it's standard, except that we've added 2, because we do think it may be necessary for, and specifically to require that the tribunal's rules deals with how they function in national or provincial sphere of government. And we say to facilitate ease of access for the applicant.
Fine.
And then, yeah, this is now the actual process of reviewing of a procurement decision, that setting out the process and time periods and so on, within which the the tribunal must deal with the application that's now well, the new renumbered 47. And 48 deals with a case where there's a debarment decision that's under review. And Chair, must I continue?
Hello, Chairperson. I believe we have accidentally muted yourself.
Thank you, Luvabalo. This never used to happen until this week. So it might have something to do with you and Estelle joining us instead of our Inkololeko. That's what I think. But let's not engage about that, Luvabalo. What I'm saying here, colleagues, is if you want a break for 10 minutes, but as long as you're back in 10 minutes, fine. But personally, I think it's better for us, and we're going very well. Very well. Actually, a good few steps ahead than I thought we'd get. And I think we agree that unless it's really necessary, and Dennis and maybe one or two others are not available tomorrow, we should finish today. The way we are going now, I think we're on course to finish it. But, you know, if there's a strong view we have a 10-minute break, we should do so. Is there a 10-minute break wanted? Yes or no? I don't want it personally, but I don't want to prescribe. The minister is prescribing enough. No, nobody's interested. Right, let's move on. We're going to get a break at 1 anyway. Right, next.
Okay, so the one is the review of a better decision, and the next one is the review of a debarment decision.
There's nothing there. Can we go on, please? Unless somebody picks up something.
And then there's a requirement that the person must pay a prescribed fee for, which will be some deterrent for not every person coming. But obviously it must be a reasonable fee.
Yeah, it must be reasonable because the poorer people who are ousted, they must also have opportunity. Okay, good.
Yeah. Then 50 deals with the review procedure, which is, I think, also fairly standard for any kind of a tribunal.
Yeah, this is, colleagues, this is very standard, really. Yeah. Can we move on? I can't see. It's exactly what is in other bills, right? Tribunal orders.
Okay, that green was just the he and she, or he or she. This is what the tribunal can decide. It's, well, I think it's also standard, confirmed.
But even this is pretty standard, dear colleagues. Can we move on? They must just check the cross-referencing. And our team must cross-check, counter-check that. Judicial review and enforcement of tribunal orders.
Yeah, I think that's the first point, is that to make it clear that even a tribunal decision may be taken on additional review to the courts. Then also enforcing the decision of a tribunal, obviously if it's not taken for additional review.
To court, yes. To court. Okay, standstill process.
Yeah,
Chair, can I come in with a critical question? It's Ron Grace from the National Research Foundation. Chair, in terms of efficiency, and you're being very efficient today, and the Constitution promotes efficiency, we're not seeing timelines for turnarounds for the tribunal. Now, why that's critical is it impacts on the next period. What I understand on the standstill period that follows is that the standstill is still in place when you go to court. So if this takes years, the standstill still applies. Let's say that the tribunal takes 6 months to a year, and then the courts take a further few years. What I'm asking is whether Parliament wants to have turnaround times for the tribunal. I believe it's critical that everybody else has got these turnaround times, but not the tribunal. They've only got it in very limited circumstances. But just broadly, why, if a procuring institution must do something within 30 days, why can't the tribunal turn it around within 30 days or some other reasonable period? Chair, thank you.
Yeah, no, we get it. Good question, Ron. Good question. Reply, Willie, MP, Leander.
Yeah, Chair, I think the point is it may be risky to prescribe a period unless we say, for instance, say 30 days, or there's maybe the chairperson of the tribunal may extend it, because the circumstances of a particular case may be so complex that they can't complete it within that day. But then secondly, the standstill period definitely doesn't apply to if the matter is taken to court, unless it's interpreted.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. You did explain that. Yeah, but can I ask, is the minister prescribing the number of days or not going to do so?
No, Chair, there is no particular period prescribed within which the decision must be made by the tribunal.
And in other legislation, obviously this is complex and one can't translate the experience of other legislation. Do they have a deadline? Sometimes they do, don't they? And sometimes they don't.
Yeah, may we check what they do with the Financial Services Tribunal, whether there's a time period set, and maybe come back to the committee.
Yeah, you know what? I think we will agree with Ron, right? In principle, if there's a practical difficulty, then put it in writing. We'll include that in the report and we'll say review it in. We strongly feel there should be a time frame. But you see, you can also have something in the processing now of the amendments where you say that the minister must prescribe, or you can say it must be done within, depending on the nature and complexity, within a certain time. But exemptions can be sought through applying to the minister. And the minister can prescribe the conditions under which he will give exemptions from 30 days or 60 days or whatever. Is that possible?
Chair, I would actually think it should be left to the chairperson of the tribunal to decide on extensions and not to uplift it to the minister. Because he maybe...
But what I'm trying to... Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry, I thought you were concluding. Sorry. Because he or she or they...
I think then we can have a time period, and then only with the permission of the chairperson it may be extended. The panel can approach the chairperson and say, please extend for the following reasons.
Yeah. That seems reasonable, colleagues. Okay, let's see the draft you bring, right? Okay. Can we go on? Thanks for that, Ron.
And,
next, please.
I think we've passed that. Yeah, the next is which Mr. Grace referred to as the standstill period. That basically say while the reconciliation is underway, you shouldn't go ahead and award. And there's also that 10 days allowed for if the person go to the tribunal. And then I think in B is where you raise the issue, because you say you can't conclude the contract until the review process is completed. But if there's a time period put in the bill, now it would assist in.
Okay.
And then in 2, I think...
Anybody? Okay, go ahead. Finish it off.
So, Richard, I think 2 is important, because the people say there's maybe instances where you urgently need to procure something. So there is provision that you can go ahead with emergency procurement.
Yeah, okay. Colleagues, anything here? Nope. Okay, can we go on? General provisions, chapter 7.
Okay, the first provision, sorry, deals with...
sorry, Chair, if I can maybe come in again, Ron Grace from the National Research Foundation, just on the exemption for emergency. Chair, when you're doing a large system and you need a critical part, we had COVID and we had the whole chip thing, where there was a chip shortage. If you look at the definition of emergency, it's very narrowly prescribed. Normally you would look at things which are urgent. Now, if you don't get a part that is critical to your larger system, the whole system can't can't actually work. So for me, having emergency as the only exemption is in fact too narrow. You can hold up an entire infrastructure project simply because one critical part is in fact missing, and that is being disputed. So, Chair, just a thought. Thank you.
Response, Treasury, Willie, MP.
Chair, I think the emergency provisions do not have conditions, if I may just respond to this particular one. So when you are faced with a case where you need to act now, because there is an emergency situation, whether there's fire, whether floods, or any kind of an emergency, you need to act now. There are no conditions attached to it. In fact, if you look at the current system that we have, those provisions are also applicable where you say in an emergency situation, the accounting officer is allowed to dispense with the open competitive bidding process. It's there, and there are no conditions attached, of course. And I think there is another, of course, provision that relates to sole source, where sole source is indeed a sole source. So there are no conditions attached here. It's an open provision, which could always be invoked in cases of emergencies. And that's what we're saying here, to say, if there's an emergency and there's a standstill period, the procuring institution would have to invoke those emergency procedures to procure whatever they need, because it's an emergency situation. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Can we move on, please, to...
Chair, sorry if I'm being a little bit assertive here. The answer is a deflection, Chair. In the past, a distinction was made between an urgency and an emergency. We all understand an emergency, but the context I described is an urgency or an interdependency. And if you look at the comments, all the prior comments on the definition of emergency, it's too narrowly prescribed for even an emergency. It does not accommodate for an urgency in the sense of interdependency, as I've described. No, the accounting officer is not allowed to use the emergency provisions for an urgency and or an interdependency, as I've described. Thank you, Chair. I've said enough.
Yeah, we're not going to have an endless debate here on. Also, I'm a bit worried that somebody could challenge this and say, we were not asked to come. Well, you weren't asked to come either. You misunderstood. I'm not sure how, because I even wrote to you subsequently. You said, thank you for that clarity. I mentioned Friday, and you've got until Monday. So within limits, we are allowing you to speak. And since we've come to where we have, no problem. Let's have it, Willie. I did pick up something he said, but I thought it's fine for now.
Yeah.
Willie, do you want...
Yeah, no, of course, Chair. Of course, there is a distinction between agency and emergency. I mean, these are two English terms, and they apply differently in a procurement process. But of course, when you talk about the agency, there are conditions there. But if you're talking emergency, there are no conditions attached. That's the issue that we're trying to make here. If you're talking an agent thing, it doesn't mean that, I mean, the building will fall. It's an agent thing that must be procured agently, but there are conditions, of course. But in emergency, you don't have a choice. This house is burning, and you need to evacuate people right now. And you don't have to get quotations and go into a procurement process. But agency, you still have got space. But maybe let me not, debate these terms here, Chair, for the sake of progress. But I'm sure we can engage Mr. Grace outside this process just to explain ourselves. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you for that offer, because you have engaged with them. We have engaged in the committee. And unless a committee member feels otherwise, Ron will have to pass on. But we thank you for drawing that to our attention. We don't think it's germane to any amendment here. And I can't see what Willie's saying that's so problematic. Chapter 7, general provisions, please.
Okay, the first couple of sections deal with the authority for the procurement office to investigate matters, and that's on request of a treasury, a relevant treasury, a procuring institution or a member of the public, or on its own initiative, to investigate any non-compliance with the provisions of the Act, but it excludes investigating alleged criminal offences. And then we propose that addition, which I think we got it from the Western Cape, to add, say, if there's reasonable cause to suspect that there's non-compliance. So that you can't just simply go in. And I think the important part that we added is to not add it, it's there in the bill, is that now what do you do if you find something? Giving a power to the procurement office to instruct the institution to take steps to stop and prevent a non-compliance, or to take a particular action. And then if they, during the investigation, come across criminal offences or allegations of that, or evidence, then it must be referred to the law enforcement agency. And then there's a requirement that they must also report to the procurement office on the procuring institution. The affected one must be, about progress for the steps and 2. Then I don't know if I must continue, Chair, because that's I think the introduction of this provision. The rest is powers to enter and search.
Yeah, those are straightforward and all that. But for now, is anybody going to raise something on this clause here that you've just dealt with? 54. On use of funds in emergencies. Dennis, what are you saying, man? We're not going to read that. Come in, please, man. You're right here.
Chair, it just details, it goes back to that discussion around emergency and urgency. It's not important to our discussion here, but it's just for further reading. The PFMA does define emergency quite broadly. So yeah, and it gives the minister reasonable powers. So I think that, anything couldn't be held up for too long without the ability of the minister to intervene. You also don't want every entity, every government entity, to be able to decide what's urgency, because urgency is invariably a result of a lack of planning. And I don't want to sound dismissive. I think there are cases where urgent things do come up. But I believe the minister then has the power to determine if the procurement can go ahead, and that should be a fairly high threshold to override the stoppage or the cessation of a contract, or the pausing of a contract. Let's rather call it that, while a tribunal or judicial process takes place. It's important because there can be massive financial implications to going ahead and then having a finding against you. You're going to end up paying damages. So there needs to be a fairly high threshold, I believe. Yeah, anyway, Treasury should be making this argument. I'm arguing on their behalf. But yeah, I think that the PFMA does give sufficient definition to allow for this one to work.
Okay. Firstly, you see, Dennis, how helpful you are. So, Lubalo, can you extract what he's put on the chat group and then email it to members and to Mr. Grace, okay?
It's
but I think
just paragraph 16 of the PFMA, Chair. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, you can extract it from the PFMA. Send it to Mr. Grace. And I agree with Dennis that this is not germane, it's not relevant to our processing of the bill, but Mr. Grace is helpful in alerting us to this, and we must agree to disagree. So thanks for that, Dennis. Secondly, Willie, I think the committee unanimously feels, Willie A., that you should approach your chief whip to recommend that Dennis Ryder, the Honourable Mr. Ryder, be given a performance bonus for his work on this bill and for being so fast as a man of his age to pick things up through the internet from the PFMA and all these other things he picks up, right?
And some
so I do
overtime
see-
pay, please.
Yeah. No. If we do that, then all of us have to get overtime pay. And Parliament, as you know, is going on this 3-country tour to check how to save money on coffee and tea and so on, right? So they've got bigger priorities. Once again, Mr. Grace, I'm being silly, facetious, silly Billy. That's what I am. So no, look, I'm sorry. I apologize, Dennis. I didn't realize that you were actually giving us a quotation. But, I thought you were writing your argument there when you write here. So, no, I really like what you've just done, Dennis. Can we move on? Very helpful.
Chair, I already
So the
spoke.
power to enter and search and all, comrades, colleagues, this is straightforward, right? Have we finished that? This is really, isn't it the standard thing? Clause
Yeah,
55?
it's a bit different hours, but the power to end, yeah, that's the same. It's what we
That's
have in the.
straightforward. Yeah. Okay, just draw attention to what's not in other bills, right?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
in
but
many
did we
other
skip a
bills.
clause? Did we skip a clause, really?
No, so
Did we
that's the
skip a
one I
clause?
explained before. Then
Yeah.
we went back
Oh,
to
yes, right.
emergency.
Okay.
This is the one I
Fine.
explained.
Okay, there's nothing there. Yeah, fine. Okay.
Yeah.
So on power to enter, I read it again last night, and frankly, I got bored. And if I must be honest, after reading to the bottom of the page, I said, there's nothing here. Am I right? You've added something there in sub 6, Roman numeral 6, under 8, right?
Yeah, that was a proposal also from the stakeholders that.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Which I think.
Apart from that, everything is standard. Yeah. No need to over-explain. We remember that. And can we move on to warrants, please? Now, this too, what is there? I can't think what is there that's not in all other bills. Okay? Colleagues, if you pick things up, but I can't see. I read it, as I said yesterday. Delegation? Oh my God, this is the clause I east. Is this the one? Yeah. Please, yeah.
Yeah, this is the one. I think what we make it clear
No, it's
that the
not this
minister.
one.
Sorry.
Yeah.
That the
Sorry,
minister
I withdraw
can't.
what I said. It's not this one.
Sorry, Chair.
There are these sorry, yeah, I must clarify.
That the minister can't delegate
I can
the power
delegate.
to making
obviously.
regulations and so on. And the same with where there's notices in the Gazette. Then we're also proposing, which is an addition, because which we didn't currently, or it wasn't in the bill before that was passed by the NA, a provision that the head of the procurement office might delegate functions. But that would exclude the authority to issue instructions, because that if there's instructions that must be issued, and the same for the provincial treasury. That the head of that office must issue instructions. So that's the delegation clause. I think most of it is standard in all legislation in terms of conditions.
Anybody wants to raise anything here? No. Limitation of liability?
This clause is it's the same as the one you would find in the Promotion of Administrative Justice Act, protecting people from criminal and civil liability.
Financial misconduct?
Yeah, this is a new provision we propose, and the reason for that, there is a offence in clause which is now 60, which make it a criminal offence for accounting officer or authority to not take reasonable steps to implement this act. And when we looked at it again, we think it's too, I don't know how to put it, too severe, because it's going to only be quite difficult to prove that there's indeed a criminal offence. So we proposed instead that it should be regarded as financial misconduct, and then it must be dealt with in terms of the applicable disciplinary procedures of the institution.
Anything here, colleagues? Can I raise an issue? To me, maybe I'm wrong, right? So it's merely a tentative question. It does seem tough. I look at this thing. It says an accounting officer or accounting authority or a procurement institution commits financial misconduct if that officer or authority fails to take reasonable steps to implement this act or the procurement system of the procuring institution, right? Then it says a charge of financial misconduct must be investigated, heard, and disposed of in terms of the statutory or other conditions. I think it's a correct thing to do, but it is tough. Yeah, I don't know what to say. I don't know why I put maybe too strong here in my notes. I can't remember. This was only yesterday, but I can't remember. Okay, I withdraw my issue, right? Unless somebody else wants to pick it up. I like it in principle, but I just wanted to know how practicable it is. But fine, offences, let's move on. I can't remember why I said strong. Too strong, maybe. Offences?
Chair, sorry, just going back to that, I do think that I wonder, I don't believe it's necessary to add anything to say that, in terms of 59.2, if that investigation leads to an obvious need for criminal charges, those charges should be laid. I don't know if that needs to actually be explicitly said or if, I think that's just the normal course. So, there might be space to add a sub 3 that says, based on that investigation, criminal charges may follow, but I don't know. I mean, it's implied. It would be normal. I don't think it's necessary. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that, Dennis. Willie and MP?
Chair, I'm not sure I follow, because 59 is would be a disciplinary matter for the institution. And only if this conduct here would also constitutes a criminal offence, which is in the next clause, then there will be criminal steps.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I think we're in agreement.
Yeah.
I don't think it's needed that it's, well, let's see the next clause properly.
Okay.
So what are we saying? I don't follow. What are you saying, Dennis? Now, what about?
I'm just saying, if it comes out through that financial misconduct hearing that there has been obvious criminal intent.
No, I know what you're saying, but now what have you decided? What is your position?
Well, I'm deciding that maybe we need to have a look at what offences says. But I think it's kind of obvious that if out of a hearing something comes up, it's obvious that criminal charges should be laid. I don't know if it's necessary to actually put that in a bill. Again, I don't think it's necessary that we put in a bill that a person should not use their office to undermine their office. But I'm not a legislation drafter. But
all right, MP.
It was me thinking aloud.
Simple. Yeah. Okay. Fine. But you have very right to do. MP, is it necessary or not? Or the more appropriate question is, do you think we should put it in or not?
In my view, it's not necessary. There's an obligation in various laws that if you detect a criminal offence in whatever circumstances, that you must report it, especially if it's corruption related. It would be under the PRECA Act. But if
you have put some sort of stuff like that just now, and you said Dennis was right. I mean, do you really have to say don't be naughty, right? But we feel it's necessary. So in the same vein, he's asking whether we shouldn't say it, even though it's obvious. I don't have a strong view either way.
I don't think it do any harm, but I think it's not necessary to put it in this clause.
All right, unless Dennis feels strongly, let's leave it out. If he feels very strongly, we can put it in. If
it's not necessary, I'm happy, Chair.
Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm very neutral on what you said. Offences, sorry.
Okay, so we propose some edits, but in this clause, there's obviously the first offence is if you provide false or misleading information, which would be in the case of bidders in particular, and then if they interfere with or exert undue influence on officials of procuring institutions or the members of the tribunal. And then the third offence, there's already paragraph numbers, this may not be right, but I think if you check the final text, it's fine. It's about when to prohibit, make it an offence if people open a sealed bid before the due time. And
Mm.
also if they the next one, if they disclose the content of such a sealed bid before the public opening. And then the next one is the conspires to commit extortion. We thought of elevating that, although the second phrase would actually cover it as well. But since it's such a prevalent offence, we thought it's important. It's also a common law offence, but this will make it a statutory offence as well. And then the rest is or a corrupt, fraudulent, collusive or coercive act or obstructive acts related to procurement. And then the next paragraph refers to particular provisions dealing with where there's prohibitions. For instance, it's the 115 that deals with debarment. And the last one is about causing loss of public assets in the implementation of the Act. So those are the proposed list of offences. I think there are more.
Okay, anyone wants to raise anything here? I'm not sure about this, well, colleagues are thinking. 61C, right? It says, without authorization, opens a sealed bid submitted. Why do you have got the word submitted there? Is it necessary?
It's submitted electronically or otherwise.
Oh, yes, yes. I thought all those words have been removed. Yes, obviously. Sorry, I thought all those words have been removed. Yeah, in the printed version, it does look like that, strangely, but on the screen, it's clear that I'm wrong. Okay. And then I like F, right? But I just want to know, should that read as G? The bottom part. You see, when you say commits an offense, is that correct? You say causes loss of public assets or funds as a result of willful act.
Sorry, Chair.
Comma, and then, yeah, it's a comma, they're dealing with the same point.
The commits an offence applies to paragraph A2F.
A2. Okay, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I just found it a bit unwieldy and I wasn't sure. But I like this thing of confiscation of personal property. It's wonderful, wonderful. That really hurts people, right?
Okay, so can I continue with the next law?
Yeah.
The next one is also criminal offences, but there's a lesser penalty for that, where a person refused to give information, delays evaluation of a bid, or fails to comply with the subpoena that's under that investigative powers, then the term is maximum 3 years, the term of imprisonment.
Okay.
And
Okay.
3 is the one that we removed. Sorry, must I just stop, Chair?
No, fine, carry on.
3 is the one that we thought is too severe to make it a criminal offence, and therefore we proposed it to be a financial misconduct provision.
Right.
And the last one is where a tribunal member fails to disclose interest as required, interest in a procurement matter and proceed with the matter.
Okay, members, anything you want to raise there? No, let's go into exemptions or exemption.
Chair, it's Ron Grace, and I think you'll enjoy
briefly,
that one, Chair.
I'm not enjoying anything, my friend. I'm not enjoying anything. I just haven't doing my job.
Sorry, Chair.
I enjoy reading a book, yeah.
Chair, if I can just ask him just to scroll up, just to get to the public opening, where it's an offence. And so it says under C, it says the appointed time for the public opening. Chair, there's nothing in the bill that I understand that speaks about a public opening. So public should actually be removed. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, if that's true, it's a good point he's making.
Chair, can I ask if Willie can assist because it may be taken out, but I understand there is a standard process which I may not be familiar with.
Willie?
Chair, I think historically, and I think there is still this practice of opening certain tenders publicly. For instance, in the construction environment, where tenders, people will come in and sit, and then these bids are opened publicly. In the past, even
That's a good thing, yeah.
in the past, even prices would be read, so that any bidder who leaves that particular session at least knows who has quoted what and so on. So that's what public opening is all about here. But if the suggestion is that to take out the public opening because it doesn't happen anymore, something that we can look at, but at least we need to provide for it, because I do know that it still takes place across the country.
No, I think we'd like to retain public opening, but if you've got a strong argument for dropping it simply because it's not referred to elsewhere in the bill, it's also a legal drafting matter, then maybe you should just insert it somewhere in the interpretation, but maybe that's not possible. So I agree with Ron in raising it, but in the practice that you're referring to, who amongst us will say no to a public opening? We're talking about transparency. And if that is happening, why are you saying it stopped? Or mostly stopped? Why can't we do it? Well, why is it stopped?
I think there's nothing stopping us from doing it, especially in the name of transparency. In the name of transparency.
Yeah. All right. Then it's just a technical matter whether you need to explain somewhere else, if it's necessary at all, what is meant by that. But I'm not even sure that's necessary. But thanks, Ron, for the question. Good point. Okay, can we go on, please?
The next provision deals with the authority for the minister to approve exemptions from the Act with or without condition, and it must be by notice in the Gazette. So there are 4 grounds: national security, also for procurement that's funded partially fully by donor or grant funding, if it's in the public interest, and then also if there's a disaster under the Disaster Management Act, and lastly under if there's a state of emergency. And apology, there's a 4th ground that we added. It actually came about in our interaction with Mr. Kraus, that we also add one that if it's uneconomical to comply with the provision of this Act, there should be such a ground.
Okay, anybody wants to raise anything here? Departures?
Departures, that's from instructions which the Procurement Office, and there's a similar one for provincial treasuries, and there's also some proposals here. We removed from A, because I think the argument in the case of instructions, if it's uneconomical, then the Procurement Office must grant such a departure. So it's removed from A, and we also removed the impossible, because we don't think that's necessary to regulate. Sorry, it moved also to 2. So if it's impossible, uneconomical, then the Procurement Office must grant it, while in 2, 1A, B, and C, it's discretionary for the Procurement Office to grant it or not.
Members? Go ahead.
Okay, then the section 63 is the clause dealing with regulations.
Yeah, my most unpopular clause. This is the one.
Yeah, then I think the first couple of provisions is just where elsewhere in the Act it's used the term prescribe, and then there's some additional matters listed in section 1A where, and those are ones the minister must make regulations about, for instance, competency requirements. On security vetting, we're proposing that the reference to officials of public institution of national provincial departments be removed, because there are existing prescripts about that, and it be limited to members of the tribunal. And then there's also security vetting provision for the bidder before award of a bid. So I don't know if I must go through the entire list, Chairperson, but
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
okay, then it's also
Unless members, okay, what do you want to do, colleagues? Are there any issues members have already decided they've raised? No, except that we're going to be tough on this, right? We don't have to apologize. We don't need your permission. We've asked Esther, and we're asking you to, I'm reminding you, MP Willie, if you can give us half a page or even a third of a page about why you're going for this, and then we will reply, and we're telling you what our reply is going to be. You know, I want to raise something personal. One of the reasons I wouldn't have wanted to process this bill is because I've been one of the key people. In fact, Frindi Jinwala prompted this thing in my head, saying regulations should be minimal. And now, as I'm about to exit Parliament, I'm dealing with a bill that most has got prescriptions. So it's a personal existential crisis, MP, really. There's nothing we can do about my personal existential. What the hell has that got to, what the heck is that? Heck a better word. What the heck has it got to do with the relevance of this? But man, when I read this last night, I was looking for things to take out. Unfortunately, you know, I don't know why you should take it out, except that it's too long, too many. All right, fine. I'm not going to belabor the point. Right. Go ahead, MP, with your favorite clause, Willie.
Chairperson, yeah, the one proposal we're making that this requirement to make regulations on the setting of market-related price ceilings for procurement, we propose it be omitted. I don't know if Willie wants to add, but my understanding is it's almost impossible or very difficult to do this. So we propose that we omit it from the clause.
Really?
Yeah,
no.
What we're saying here, Chair, is that I mean this is tantamount to price regulation. Okay, if we begin to set market prices,
Yeah.
So I feel we should take, and then of course in the process, temper with competition. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, okay. I never thought of that. That's a good point. Okay, can we move on, please?
Chair, I think I'm in agreement that that doesn't belong there because, frankly, as soon as you set a ceiling, that becomes your new baseline. And then effectively the minister's doing the work of the procuring institution or the bid committee. So, but yeah, ceilings very quickly become baselines, and that then increases the cost of doing business for government. I don't think that belongs there at all. So I would support that.
Yeah, that's also a good point. Thank you for that. Can we go on, please?
Good. Just made the point because I think there's also raised by stakeholders about regulating public-private partnerships, so there is provision for that. And then there's the clause about emergency procurement, which I think again the point that although it's prescribed, but it gives specific direction to the minister as to what it should include in that list in Roman 11. And then is percentage of variations from contracts and so on. I think there's another one which was also, I think it came through earlier stages of consultation, even before Parliament, the process for complaints by members of the public about procurement, that should be enabled. And then there's sorry, the numbering here is wrong. The under B should be Roman 1, 2, 3. We'll fix that. Which is a much shorter list. For the minister to make regulations, and one of them I think it's also from the stakeholder engagement about regulating contracting methods for contracts. Then subclause 2 is the requirement to consult other ministers in relation to their portfolios, especially in chapter 4 when it deals with women, small business, etc. And then the new provision which the committee already discussed consulting organised local government on the impact on municipal entities. And then in 3 is the requirement for the minister to publish the draft regulations, a statement of need and intended operation, and then also a statement of the expected impact of a regulation, and then a notice inviting comment. And then there's requirement in 4 for parliamentary scrutiny for at least 30 days. And then, sorry, must I stop, Chair?
No, carry on.
Okay. Then in 5 is indicating as to when the regulations will take effect. And then 6 is the requirement that when the minister makes the regulation, a consultation report must be published and give a general count of how the submissions have been attended to during the consultation, including the responses. And then 7 is the clause enabling different regulations for different categories of procuring institutions or different types of procurement. And then there's a requirement that the minister must make regulations regarding the procurement of infrastructure and capital assets as seen as a unique category of procurement, and also goods and services related to infrastructure and capital assets.
Yeah, colleagues come in, but look, we're all agreeing. We don't like so many opportunities for prescription. Treasury will present the reason. We will be tough on that, right? So let's not deal with the overall policy. I think all parties agree with it. But now on the clauses themselves, does anybody have anything they want to raise? Okay, instructions.
Okay, currently there's authority for instructions, but there's no requirement for that it must be published for comment, and this is now proposed in the bill, and it's a similar provision for regulations. And then earlier we also said that instructions must be gazetted in the other clauses. And this is the new short clause which I proposed to move it from 1, that all these matters should be done in writing.
Yeah.
Then
and I like consultation report there. Very good, very good.
Okay. Then the in writing requirement is 65. Then 66 is the transitional measures. How to deal with bids that's awarded or advertised, and we just linked it to the effective date of the particular provisions, since different provisions might come to different dates. Then, Chair, the next 65 deals with to the schedule that proposed the repeal and amendment of certain acts, and then kind of a saving clause that things that were done in terms of that legislation, if possible, applicable, can also be done. It will be regarded as having done on the provision of this act. Then the short title.
Okay. No. Before you get there, I'd bring this, right. Although I know what you mean by saving, it looks very odd as a sort of heading. I mean, somebody reading this amendment and legislation, repeal of and saving. Doesn't it look a bit odd? Do you really need and saving? Or maybe I'm wrong. The point
saving part is 2. Yeah.
You need it. Because if you read that thing, it looks very odd. Saving what is the first thing one thinks.
I think
but fine, I'll leave it to you.
Okay, Chair.
Sorry?
No, sure. I will look at that. I think it's a standard. That's usually the term we use.
It's standard. If that's how they say it, fine. Okay, if that's how it's done, that's how it's done. It's clumsy, but it's fine. Short title and commencement. I know everybody's got a view on this, but go ahead.
It's the president will bring the act into operation by gazette, and then 2 allows for different dates for different provisions, different categories of procuring institutions, and also to deal with the repeal of the amendment of the different provisions law that's in the schedule. Because that is the MFMA, PFMA.
Yeah. Good. We settled there. Now, when you're talking about schedules, I never thought we'll come to it in the morning. I am amazed, actually. But I think we had so many endless discussions on policy that it made it easier to process this bill. And I really want to thank everybody for the cooperation. So if I'm correct, we should look at your evening document yesterday. Luvado's already sent to Ron Grace and ourselves an email, typically him, so efficient, a pleasure to work with. The lady doesn't know how lucky she is to have the two high flyers. And I'm also lucky to have Nkululeko, of course. Okay, let's go on to the amendments. We're looking at the document that's a short document of about 7-8 pages, right? Is that the one we're looking at from yesterday? Because you updated it. MP?
Yes, Chair. Sorry,
MP?
I'm just yes,
Oh,
Chair. I'm just
okay.
looking for the document.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Sorry, this is the wrong one. Apologies, Chair.
Okay, you're not stressed. In fact, you're about 5 hours ahead of time.
Yeah, I don't know, my sharing skills are not good today. I
No,
think
don't
I'll
we
get
know?
it.
I have none of them. Yeah.
Those schedules are anyway. I mean, I'm not sure what we're going to be discussing on them. Really, that's.
Yeah, no, Dennis. I expect you to refer to the Housing Act of 1997 and give us the relevant subsection or clause there, and whether they got the clause they're repealing right. I thought you already have read it last night, and you're going to put it up on the like those tax bills simply ridiculous, right? So in 2015, I asked somebody to go and check how the British do it and how other parliaments do it in the developed world. And the response that came back was something like, well, it was Google. I don't think people were found, committee secretaries there. I told you this before, right? The response that came back was, no, we don't really know much about tax issues. We leave it to the team in Parliament. Well, they've got about 10 people, probably the UK, and I know they got 14 when I went to the US 20 years ago. So really, this is Esther and her team and Frank's job. Now, I'm teasing them. They're not expected to know all of this. We just, in your case, Dennis, you pray, and I hope. Right. Okay. Over to you. This is the most delightful part of processing a bill. MP?
Yeah, well, it's also a very important part. No,
I know.
So the first two are acts is the State Tender Board today has not been repealed, and this National Supplies Procurement Act, which we were also surprised to find. It's an act that our minister administers, but it's not been used.
1970.
Yes. And then the Housing Act, this provision, there's a power for that minister to determine a procurement policy in relation to housing development. Now, we've been informed that the minister was required to do it by 2002, but it's never been done. So we I actually only realized that yesterday. So we're consulting the Human Settlements Department to ask whether they still want this provision. So for now, we're just proposing we remove that date and say subject to the Public Procurement.
Yeah, but you'll check with us. I'll put an R.
Yes.
Review. Okay, next.
Yes.
Now remember, some of these things you make. Just one point I have to say. Some of these things you don't have to, if you can't negotiate with other departments and come to a conclusion. What you can do is just highlight it in red or something. So when you send it to the we're going to send it to the stakeholders. Look, Bala will have to do that. You just put a note on the top. These things are still subject to further review. So they don't pick up things that, in any case, you're going to review, right? Okay. Right.
Yes,
let's move on. Sorry.
The next one is the National Water Act, which is a more recent act, and there we it's important that we use the term as not use public tender, talk about a bid as defined in the Procurement Act. And then also we refer to, because they use auctions as well. So we propose that it be retained, but then we add subject to the Public Procurement Act. So the procedures must comply with the Procurement Act. And the next provision is similar. I think this is the actual regulation making provision that we also propose that amendment. I highlighted the
Yeah,
text
I
because they are
only
in the
want to-
bill.
Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
MP, let me just remind members, if anybody wants to come in while we're looking at a repeal of a particular clause in an act or an act, right? So that we don't start the whole process again. So unless you hear somebody saying anything, you just go ahead. Thank you. Excuse me.
The next one is the CETA Act, because they obviously that's ICT procurement for national and provincial departments. So we're proposing a separate provision in their section 7 that would say when procuring ICT, when they through the CETA, then they must comply with the Procurement Act. And then the second proposal relates to the regulation making power of that minister, is that the regulations must be developed subject to the Public Procurement Act and also require concurrence. Where actually there is already an existing requirement, but I propose that we rather say with the concurrence and not the approval, in terms because it's two ministers. So that's, and then the Correctional Services Act, we're just replacing the reference to the Procurement Act, because they have a general description in the Act. Then the PFMA, I think Mr. Matabula referred to this earlier. There is basically, I think, 3 provisions specifically dealing with the procurement system and some other provisions, but there are some that we had to amend. For instance, there's a reference to the tender board, which should be removed, and we propose that there should be reporting on these matters to the procurement office. Then, sorry, I jumped too quickly. The other amendments relates to, sorry, the first one I skipped, 38(1)(a) Roman 3 is the one that say institution must have a procurement system in place, and that's for departments and constitutional institutions. The 51(a)(3) is the one for public entities. 76(1)(k) is the one I still want, sorry, apologies here, I just want to discuss because it deals with the disposal of assets. We just need some clarity to the extent that we need to take it out of the PFMA. But it looks like we should, because we deal with the disposal of assets in this bill. And 76(4)(c) is the one empowering the minister to make regulations regarding the procurement system. Then the next amendment, right now why this thing is jumping, is the relates to the Road Traffic Management Act. We just, again, we'll just say they must comply on procurement with the Public Procurement Act. Then the triple PFA is the proposal that the entire act be repealed, because it will now be replaced with by Chapter 4 and other relevant provisions. Then the Local Government Systems Act, it refers to Chapter 11 of the MFMA. So there is some text missing here. It should be Municipal Finance Management Act. In that chapter we propose that be repealed, because the supply chain or procurement will be regulated by this act. Then in the CIDB Act, there's firstly we propose a definition of the procurement office, because it's referred to in several places. So sorry, Chair, my alarms now. We're proposing that that the board must consult the procurement office when they act in terms of that provision, because there's several requirements in 5.1 dealing with the matters relating to public procurement. Then Chairperson, I just need to switch off our alarm. Just
Yeah, okay.
Just a minute, sorry.
Fine, we'll wait. Dennis, excuse me. I must say, given my conversations with you, not least this morning, I really got this wrong. I said, look, I'm hopeful we'll finish by 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
And if you can make it, blah, blah. But you know what? When you started, I must tell you, I thought, my God, we're never going to finish today, right? I was going to give you all the time you wanted because you're right. We are the NC provincial submissions into account. But what also surprised me, floored me to exaggerate, was Willie's reply. I didn't know they'd done so much. And it was an excellent reply. It happened. I mean, So I had no expectations, particularly when you're going on and on. I thought, oh my God, this is 45 minutes, an hour. We're going to have another half an hour's discussion. Then Willie A put his hand up. I thought, oh my God, here we go now. Not that you said anything wrong, but I just thought some of those things, I would say half of them are implementation issues. And, some of those things are covered hopefully in the second phase of the bill and so on. Okay, MP, when you're back, just butt in. But colleagues, we're so close to finishing that it's 12:47. Are we agreeable that we carry on till we finish? I don't think it'll be more than 10 past 1, or even if that, when we get to it. So we're not meeting this afternoon. And we're not meeting tomorrow. And so, Comrade Mamora, can you recommend a performance bonus for the chairperson for finishing the committee meeting at least 3 hours ahead of time for today? And we had 6 hours. So can you minute that, Lubabalo? And can our whip do a job and ensure that the chair gets paid for wonderful saving of time so the election campaign can go ahead? Okay, Comrade Mamora. Mr. Grace, obviously I'm not serious, right? Before you write a letter off to the media and so on about the chairperson looking for a performance bonus. This is all nonsensical, but I'm stopping now because MP's come in.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, I'm back. Yeah, so I think quite a number of changes to the Construction Industry Development Board Act is just to ensure consultation, which I already in several places had, we just had to replace it. And then that we add compliance with the Public Procurement Act. Because they also have a code of conduct, for instance, but we surely don't want too many different codes because we also have codes of conduct under this act. But if they collaborate in it. Then there was again another provision relating to that. Then we're also proposing when regulations are made on construction contracts that minister must act with the concurrence of the Minister of Finance, and then adding at the end that it must be they must comply with the Public Procurement Bill, which would be similar to the framework for policy on procurement or government policy. Then the last section, I think on that act relates to, sorry, this is the regulation making power, I apologize. It's quite difficult if you insert it in the acts, and it's easier to read, obviously, that there must be concurrence of our minister on regulations on matters regulated by the Procurement Act. Then
why have you put it in yellow?
Because it's something we added to what was not
Oh,
in
yes,
the
of
bill.
course,
That,
right, yeah, fine, wasn't the bill. Yeah, I thought you were highlighting it, and I couldn't work out why for review. No, okay, good. Sorry, my mistake.
Then the Arms Corps Act is again just to add that they must comply with the Public Procurement Act.
Yeah.
Then the broad-based economic empowerment, which I think is it's quite an important one to ensure the synergy between, I don't know if that's the right term, between their act and our act. So what the bill, sorry, not our act, what we're proposing is a new clause in section 9 that's the section that allow that minister to determine codes of good practice or sector codes. So what we're proposing, we say the minister must review a code of good practice insofar as it's applicable to organs of state and public entities, because that's the terminology used in that act regarding qualification criteria for potential purposes for procurement, to ensure alignment with the Public Procurement Act. Because obviously there will be existing codes, and then when new revised code is is issued, it should ensure alignment with the Public Procurement Act. Then in that same section, there's a provision where that minister can allow organs of state and public entities to basically go beyond what the minister included in the sector codes. So we're proposing that, well, that minister does that for together with the Minister of Finance. Then in 10.1b, that's the provision that provides that institution must develop, organ of state and public entity must develop and implement a comprehensive procurement policy. So we propose that we add the word aligned with the Public Procurement Act of in the bill. Then the last amendment is just a update because they refer to the rest of tender defaulters. Now, that is not, it is true that Treasury is managing it, but there's a particular provision in the, what I call the PRECA Act that deals with it, and we think it's better to refer to that provision, which make it the responsibility of Treasury. So those are the BBBE Act amendments, proposed amendments. So I continue, Chair.
Yeah, until somebody intervenes. I haven't got anything to say. Not even Dennis, can you believe it? So go ahead, please. Don't provoke you.
Then the MFMA, there is quite a few amendments because they deal with procurement much more extensively than the PFMA. So there is an amendment to, it's in a definition section in a regular expenditure. Then a deletion of 2F. So I can't recall. I checked these things again yesterday, but I can't now remember what it was. But if we have to, my colleagues are on standby to show the provision if it's needed. Then it's again.
Now this has gone through your bill, right? And you've consulted with Salga about it.
Well, they had an opportunity to comment during the processes. Yeah.
Right. Okay, as long as that's clear. Yeah.
And our own MFMA unit provided inputs.
Yeah, obviously. Okay, go ahead, please.
Then I think that 5 at the top of the page is similar to the earlier one. Then 62, yeah, it's also just to remove reference to supply chain and to use the procurement system consistent with this act. Then no, I think it's all used, not referring to supply chain, but procurement. The next one as well. Then I think the major change is the repeal of Chapter 11, because that's a chapter that deals with the supply chain management. And then 73(1)A, I think, is the regulation making power regarding SCM. Then
you're going to counter check all of these things, eh? When you say,
yes,
think, you hesitate.
Yes, no, sorry. No, I did check it yesterday. I just couldn't recall now.
Okay, fine. No, that's okay. That's human. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll ask my colleagues to check again.
Please. We want to get it perfect, really.
Yeah. Then I think the last two is the Electricity Regulation Act. It's again just referring that they must procure accordance with the Public Procurement Act. And then in the Infrastructure Development Act, it's again, well, replacing the requirement of the provision that refers to the PFMA now with a reference to the Public Procurement Act. And then there's, I think, a requirement in section 12, I think, sorry, also referring to the triple PFA, which is now, it's actually, I think it was incorrect all along, because there's no provision for accounting officers. In the sense of, yeah, maybe it's referring to the, sorry, Chair, I'm thinking we may have to refer to the Public Procurement Bill now. Okay, yeah, we will check this again, because if it deals with preferential procurement, then it should,
yeah, okay.
Maybe that's
so
why it's here.
As a review, yeah. Okay, you have to give us an explanation when we meet on Tuesday morning.
Okay. I think that's the last amendment.
Yeah. Okay, colleagues, any comments on any specific one that you might have skipped and then realize you want to say something? No. In that case, we've come to the end of the process, amazingly. And astonishingly, it's also 12:56. We're 4 minutes ahead of the morning break, the morning sitting. So I don't want to go on. One final point here. I really want to thank the colleagues for being willing to make themselves available. And even where they were not available or they're not meant to be available, we said, okay, let's see what can happen. So we've ahead of time. I also want to thank the Treasury team led by Willie, but obviously in particular you, MP, because you have to go through line by line and word by word and sit here also and engage with us with considerable resilience. So our special thanks to you. Now, one final in-house thing for you and us. Now, Lubabalo, is it possible to call a Zoom meeting at about 3 o'clock? So we just check the process henceforth, right? That Zoom meeting will be of the team, Willie, your team, myself, and we should notify Lubabalo, Poppy and Esther, but I don't think they need to come. It's nothing to do with text. They're not focused on the report. It's to do with by what time they're going to submit the stuff and so on. And Lubabalo, it might, okay, let's talk offline about those things. Some people, and finally, Mr. Grace, I don't mean to be rude or anything, but you have complicated the process by coming. But we thank you for your commitment and enthusiasm. And if we haven't met your requirements or the positions you have, it's a give and take process, right? This is Parliament. And we thank you for your engagement with us as well. Having said that, may I say thank you to everybody. We shall see you on Tuesday morning. You will get documents starting from tomorrow afternoon. The version that goes to the stakeholders, you will get. And there'll be a further version, presumably on Monday, in reasonable time. And as for the time of the sitting on Tuesday, we'll have to see where the provinces are. Luvalo, can I appeal to you and to use your considerable expertise and experience to ensure that as many provinces, if you want to contact me, I will speak to the chairs as well. So thank you, everybody. And Luvalo, please call a quick Zoom meeting. It won't be more than 20 minutes for 3 o'clock. Willie, you guys were going to be here. Yeah, sure. First, you want to come in.
Sorry, Chair, just one quick question which has arisen as a result of one of the amendments, and that relates to that thing about the only one bidder. And it's something that's come out in my thinking subsequent, and which was tickled by one of the inputs today as well. But it just relates to the issue of unsolicited bids, Chair. And I don't think we're going to resolve it between now and 1 o'clock. But perhaps if Treasury, I mean, there's nothing in the bill that deals with how to deal with an unsolicited bid. And I wonder if Treasury can just have a comment to that effect on Tuesday morning when they chat to us. I don't expect them to come back and answer now. But how will unsolicited bids be handled in the future in terms of this act? Thank you, Chair.
No. That's important. It's going to be 3 minutes. Let them reply. I thought we dealt with the whole issue, but fine. You can come on Tuesday. But right now, Willie, can you reply, please? This issue has come up every...
Thank you, Chair. In the definitions of the bid, I think we dealt with that issue to say, let's change a little bit the definition. That's the first thing, so that it also covers unsolicited bids. That's the first part. But now, the second part, Chair, maybe outside this process, because there's also another process that's run by the PPP unit, where also this issue around unsolicited proposals is also dealt with. So going forward, I think as usual, and given the need by the country to expedite, especially infrastructure projects, that is unsolicited bids would also come in handy, and also as part of the innovative ways that Mr. Grace has been suggesting over the time. So I'm not so sure if the advocate can go back to that, but we did change that definition so that we can also address the issue of unsolicited bids. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, let's do it now. Take us back there quickly, please.
Sorry, I'm just opening a document because I closed
Yeah,
it.
don't be stressed, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I understand we dealt with it earlier, but I just want to know how it was impacted by that inclusion of the new clause that deals with the minimum number of bidders that might be prescribed.
Fine. It's a new angle, actually. I think you raised it earlier in a slightly different context, but go ahead. Let's deal with it now. So by Tuesday, we have a clean bill, relatively speaking, which is not to say you can't come back.
You can see there it's this provision, but we removed in an invitation for procurement, because for unsolicited there would be no invitation. But I think Mr. Ryder's comments relate to chapter 4, where we talk about minimum qualifying bids. So I don't know if my colleagues can respond to that now.
Yeah, they can. What's the problem? They've been dealing with this bill forever. So let's just deal with it now.
Yeah, but so I can, maybe I don't want to speak for what my understanding is what would happen, and if it's unsolicited bid, then they would, and it's accepted, the institution will have to explain that we couldn't comply with either 17 set-asides, pre-qualification, or subcontracting, because this is, yeah, I don't know, maybe that's a sole service provider. So I don't know, I'm confusing matters. Let my colleagues rather respond. I was thinking about
Willie?
sole.
Or Leander, whoever wants to come in, quick, please.
Yeah, but Leander, you want to come in here and just augment if you're still here on the platform. But just as a principal, Chair, unsolicited bids have always been accepted, of course, with certain conditions, because that talks directly to innovation, which is what we're talking about, and what going forward. We cannot simply say no, it's unacceptable. But obviously, there should be conditions, and also considering that we're talking about an innovative procurement process going forward. Those issues around unsolicited bids would also have to take into account. That's just the broader kind of policy position. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Leander, do you want to add anything? No? Okay, over to you, Dennis. Yeah, fine, MP.
Sorry, I think she said she's kicked out of the meeting. I don't know what happened. So she's not currently on.
I don't think anybody kicked out. It's more
I think it's maybe a connection problem.
Yeah, connectivity. Okay, Dennis, are you fine with that?
Yeah, that's fine. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for that, Dennis. Okay, that's it. 3 o'clock, Lubabalo, a meeting of the few of us. Thank you. Bye. See you on Tuesday. Thanks all.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.